Fortunately, it's JFrog to the rescue. Firstly, you need universal tools that can integrate seamlessly with all the build technologies in your CI/CD stack and all major cloud platforms, so you can start speeding up software releases without delay. Second, you need to automate every part of your DevOps pipeline, end to end. This will eliminate repetitive, manual steps while letting you enjoy much faster feedback loops so you can get higher quality releases to customers faster. Next, you need a proven way of catching potential vulnerabilities and license compliance issues, wherever they may be hiding in the DevOps cycle, so you can stay out of the latest security disaster headlines. And of course, you need the flexibility of a cloud on-prem hybrid solution that offers high availability, disaster recovery, and is easily scalable and enterprise-grade, from code right through to production. The good news is that you don't have to look very far to find this. JFrog offers you an end-to-end DevOps platform for creating, managing, and distributing trusted software releases fast to anywhere in the world. It's why 5 million developers already count on our universal DevOps tools to do their job better, faster, and more securely. So wherever you are in your DevOps journey, let JFrog smooth the ride, automating your software delivery process. Learn more or get started right away by visiting us at jfrog.com.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Town, from London to Taiwan, I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
if I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
if I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
You can write the best code in the world. You can run the most complex systems. But things get really complicated when you have dozens of different technologies and hundreds of processes. Fortunately, it's JFrog to the rescue. Firstly, you need universal tools that can integrate seamlessly with all the build technologies in your CI/CD stack and all major cloud platforms, so you can start speeding up software releases without delay. Second, you need to automate every part of your DevOps pipeline, end to end. This will eliminate repetitive, manual steps while letting you enjoy much faster feedback loops so you can get higher quality releases to customers faster. Next, you need a proven way of catching potential vulnerabilities and license compliance issues, wherever they may be hiding in the DevOps cycle, so you can stay out of the latest security disaster headlines. And of course, you need the flexibility of a cloud on-prem hybrid solution that offers high availability, disaster recovery, and is easily scalable and enterprise grade, from code right through to production. The good news is that you don't have to look very far to find this. JFrog offers you an end-to-end DevOps platform for creating, managing, and distributing trusted software releases fast to anywhere in the world. It's why 5 million developers already count on our universal DevOps tools to do their job better, faster, and more securely. So wherever you are in your DevOps journey, let JFrog smooth the ride, automating your software delivery process. Learn more or get started right away by visiting us at jfrog.com.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and And when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating.
I'm a TopTal freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
if I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
if I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
You can write the best code in the world. You can run the most complex systems. But things get really complicated when you have dozens of different technologies and hundreds of processes. Fortunately, it's JFrog to the rescue. Firstly, you need universal tools that can integrate seamlessly with all the build technologies in your CI/CD stack and all major cloud platforms, so you can start speeding up software releases without delay. Second, you need to automate every part of your DevOps pipeline, end to end. This will eliminate repetitive, manual steps while letting you enjoy much faster feedback loops so you can get higher quality releases to customers faster. Next, you need a proven way of catching potential vulnerabilities and license compliance issues, wherever they may be hiding in the DevOps cycle, so you can stay out of the latest security disaster headlines. And of course, you need the flexibility of a cloud on-prem hybrid solution that offers high availability, disaster recovery, and is easily scalable and enterprise grade, from code right through to production. The good news is that you don't have to look very far to find this. JFrog offers you an end-to-end DevOps platform for creating, managing, and distributing trusted software releases fast to anywhere in the world. It's why 5 million developers already count on our universal DevOps tools to do their job better, faster, and more securely. So wherever you are in your DevOps journey, let JFrog smooth the ride, automating your software delivery process. Learn more or get started right away by visiting us at jfrog.com.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
And when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Town, from London to Taiwan, I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating.
I'm a TopTal freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
if I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTel has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker. Don't panic.
Hey everyone, welcome to the DevOps.js Conference. It's super exciting to be here. Metin, has it been a whole year already?
I think it is. I actually think a year and 4 days. So yeah,
Wow.
really excited to be back for edition number 2 of DevOps.js. We're gonna have 2 amazing days of, well, I don't even know how many talks, but I know that there's a lot of stuff that I'm looking forward to. So let's get the show on the road as soon as possible. But we can't start the show without explaining, well, introducing ourselves, right? So who are these 3 people talking to you? Well, we are your MCs for today. And I'm the first one. My name is Metin Brzezinski. I work as a front-end developer at Miro, the online whiteboarding platform, where I work on the developer experience team. And I'm responsible for making sure that external developers like yourself can make plugins for the Miro platform. Super excited to be here today and learn a lot of new stuff that's going on in the DevOps world. And with me is my lovely ex-colleague, Anuradha.
Hey everyone, thanks Metin. I am Anuradha, and as Metin said, his ex-colleague, but we talk a lot now over conferences. So I work as a front-end consultant at Passionate People, and I am in for all things JavaScript, and really looking forward to learn a lot from all our amazing speakers today. I also talk about web accessibility. So if you are interested in that, you can connect with me on Twitter. And we also have with us the amazing Sharon.
Awesome. Super excited to be here and representing the TLV community. As always, Sharon Zitzman. I run my own DevRel as a service thing called RTFM, please, with all of the Israeli chutzpah. And I'm super excited to be here, see the awesome talks from global speakers. It's going to be super fun with my 2 awesome MCs. So let's hit the show on the road.
Yeah, but even more awesome than the speakers and, well, us, we are okay, is the 8,086 that are registered as of this morning. Or I don't know where you are, but for me, it was since this morning. And yeah, super cool to see people from all over the world joining. And that's really something I'm super excited about with remote conferences, that we can host a conference with 8,000 plus people. It's crazy. If we do it in real life, we would need to get a football stadium. So super cool that we have people from all over the globe joining us. We have people that have just woken up in the US and people that are trying to stay awake in Australia and even New Zealand joining us today. It's probably like 3 at night for them. So everyone, even in Europe with me, of course, also, or actually the 3 of us in Europe, thanks for joining us. And yeah, super excited to have you all here.
And since we are joining from all these different places, it's virtual, but we are going to get to know each other. So we will be using something called Slido today. So open the web browser in your phone, laptop, whatever, and go to slido.com. You can also scan the QR code, which is on the screen. And then you will have to put a code. So put the code as 2524. And then throughout the conference, yeah, we are going to ask you multiple questions, but we will start with a fun question. So let us know, what is your favorite Mighty Morphin Power Ranger color? Do vote it out, and we will discuss this later today, but we have a bet on the color. So please vote it out and let us know who wins the color challenge.
I want to say a special thanks to my team members and friends on the program committee. It really was a pleasure and privilege to be able to work with these excellent folks to build out the really stellar lineup that we have today. So a big thanks to Julian Duke, Nacho Anaya, Alex Korzhnikov, Peter Neuenhaus, and Angel Rivera. We couldn't say thank you enough for making this such a great event. And of course, it wouldn't be the awesome event it is without our awesome sponsors. So really a huge shout out to those who make it possible. Okta, TopTal, Sentry, Stackhawk, Vultr, Sonar, Microsoft, and JFrog. Really, your support is what makes it all possible.
So one thing about a conference is that you want to connect with people. You want to watch the talks, enjoy yourself a little bit, and connect with people. And one of the platforms we're using to connect is Twitter, of course. If you tweet anything about the conference, be sure to use the hashtag DevOps.js. And if you search that hashtag right now, you will see some photos of me, Anuradha, and Sharon. And we want to invite you to make the same kind of photos. So we want to see how you're watching the conference. Where are you? Are you currently rock climbing and in the meanwhile watching on your phone? Or are you in your car and you have a fancy car that has a YouTube app and you're watching while driving? Better not. Let us know, how are you watching? Or you're just at your desk like me, safety first. And the cool thing is, we are going to be raffling out a free Git Nation multi-pass, 2 actually, at the end of the day for some of the coolest photos that we find. So here's an example. So here's Sharon and Anuradha's photo and their tweets. And
looking good.
Looking pretty fly. And here's me. So yeah, be sure to use the hashtag DevOps.js.
And as Metin said, we have some cool t-shirts to give away. So this is example of a t-shirt which you wouldn't want to miss on. So do keep on tweeting and enter in the raffle. We are going to be looking out for your tweets.
And even though we're biased and we love the DevOps.js conference, with the multi-pass, you can get access to all of these excellent conferences. Check them out at Git Nation, Game Dev, React Summit, JS Nation, a bunch of others. You won't want to miss them.
Yeah, good value for good money. And you can, of course, win this multi-pass. So be sure to check it out at portal.gitnation.org/multipass. For any details that we are mentioning that you may miss or forget, or you don't understand what we're saying, you can read it all, of course, on the website DevOps.jsconf.com. And if you go there and you're logged in, then you will see this interface. At the top, there is the menu where you can watch the live stream, go to the spatial chat, Discord server, the schedule, or the help desk. Then there's the video player. And at the bottom, there's a timeline. And the timeline is interactive, of course, and it's the time, oh, I can't find the word. Just the time that you see is adjusted for your time zone. So you will know what time is happening when for your time zone. And if you want to join a speaker room or a discussion room, which is only available for our full access tier ticket holders, you can just click on that in the timetable to go to the correct room where that conversation is happening. And it's also the discussion rooms you can find in the timetable. We'll cover what that is in a moment. And if you feel lost at any point, or you just want to talk to someone, you can just click the help desk button above and we will be helping you out.
And now about the special chat which Metin talked about. So just because we are having this online conference and we are not able to meet in person, that doesn't mean that we can still not hang out, right? So at any point in conference, if you want to talk to people or watch the parties together, we are going to have some virtual watch parties. So let us show you the special chat. So once you enter the special chat, there are discussion rooms there, and you can join those with your camera and mic, or maybe just the mic, whatever you prefer. And then you will see a list of rooms on the right that you can join. Once you get into the room, you can move your avatar around, and it happens just in real life. Like whenever you move closer to the speaker, you will see the voices getting louder. So it sounds so cool, right? So go ahead, join those rooms and walk around, talk to people, watch the show together.
And our 3 discussion rooms for today, we're going to have 3 discussion rooms a day. So today is build, infrastructure as code, and security. So definitely check them out. And some of our speakers are going to be there as well, and you can continue the conversation with them. Tomorrow, we'll have the discussion rooms on Mono-repo, monitoring and observability, and cloud native. 3 excellent ones.
Yeah. So I already mentioned the Discord just now, but be sure to join if you haven't yet, because this is where you can interact with the audience, the rest of the audience, the speakers, and us. And if you want to ask a question after that, we are going to be asking the questions for you after each talk. You need to join the DevOps Talk Q&A channel. And here you can just submit your question during the talk or after, while we do the Q&A, and we will be sure to ask your questions. And hopefully, if you're already there, but if you're not, you can find the link on the website, of course. So I want to test it out if everyone is there. So if you're not there yet, you have some time. But yeah, be sure to join the DevOps Talk Q&A and send some nice emojis. So send your favorite emoji. I'm going to send my favorite, which is the dancer emoji. Boom, sent. So let me know what your favorite emoji is. I want to see everyone's favorite emoji now. Yeah, we got some claps, some fire.
I love the fire. It's on fire.
Yeah, yeah. Anuradha, do we need to get firemen there? Are you okay?
So all the talks are going to be fire, so we definitely need some.
Oh, Daria is ready to rock. Yuri is going on a spaceship. Oh my God. Okay, now they're coming in. Yeah, got a giraffe, got a little monkey. Super nice. So keep them coming. And yeah, so this is the channel where you need to be if you want to ask anything to the speaker.
Awesome. And just a moment to take a note of our code of conduct. Everyone's safety is very, very important to us. We want to make sure that everybody has a good time and enjoys the event. And we have a code of conduct, and we intend to abide by it. We recommend that you go and read it now at gitnation.org/COC. If at any point during the event you feel that the code of conduct has been violated, or you feel harassed or uncomfortable, please email coc@gitnation.org and we'll take care of it immediately. We do not tolerate any form of harassment, abuse, or any other kind of discomfort in any of our channels.
And if you are looking for jobs, new opportunities, so be sure to check out DevOps.jsconf.com/jobs. And we have the job offers from our sponsors listed there. And we also have some perks. So if you want to check out the digital and physical goodies from our sponsors, go ahead and check out it at DevOps.jsconf.com/perks.
Now, I know you're all here today to learn new stuff, but actually, I know you're actually here to join the after party, right? So when we are done with all the talks today, we're going to have an online after party where you can join a game of Pictionary. So you draw something, the other people have to guess what you're drawing, and the other way around, of course. You can just network a little bit in spatial chat, have a chat with all the other attendees that are joining the after party. Or you can enjoy a little shooting action on Quake.js. So this is Quake, the old school shooter, but then built in JavaScript. So very, very cool. So I hope to see you all there.
Awesome. Your feedback is also extremely important to us. It helps us improve and make the event better from year to year. We have a form at DevOps.js which you can fill in throughout the whole event. And we really do take that into account. So please do take the time to do that.
And now, before we start with the conference and announce our first speaker, let us see the results of the poll, which we asked, and find out what is your favorite Power Ranger color. So yeah, what do you think, Metin? What's your favorite?
Well, I voted green, so I'm in a shared second place with black and blue. Yeah, fair enough. I can agree. That's a really cool Power Ranger color too. Yeah.
I'm in the minority with the pink, but I'll allow it.
Yeah.
Cool. Black is second, so I don't, feel so bad about it, but.
You voted for black? Okay. Oh, we're changing. Oh, yes.
Oh, yay. Thank you to whoever heard and voted for black. Yes.
You can still vote for green. You can still vote for green.
Pink, come on, pink. Come through for us. Yeah. Come in from behind.
You're also got an extra %, so someone's still voting. Oh no! Oh no! Oh yeah, you're back. All right, let's continue. So I want to take a moment to thank the Git Nation team. Git Nation is the organization behind this conference and all the conferences we mentioned with the Git Nation Multipass. I have worked with them for a long time on a lot of these conferences and always have a great time. So I want to thank you for organizing such great events. Thank you, Git Nation.
I couldn't agree more.
Hear, hear. And I want to thank one of our sponsors for helping us with the program, and that's TopTel. So with TopTel, you can work wherever you want for the world's top companies. You can structure your day however you like and always get paid on time. You can join TopTel today. And with that, it's my honor to be introducing our first speaker. We have Julie joining us out of Germany. Julie works for Microsoft. She actually lives in Munich now, but she is from Boston. And one of the cool things I found out about Julie when checking out who she is and what she's going to be talking about is that she recently climbed the Kilimanjaro. So I don't think I've ever pronounced Kilimanjaro. I don't know how to pronounce it correctly, but the big mountain. So really cool. And yeah, now she has to top the coolness with her talk, which I'm also really looking forward to because she's going to be talking about DevOps and then how to integrate that into your workflow and all the facets that come with what you have done as a DevOps engineer and how people work with that. And it sounded really amazing. So I'm really looking forward to Julie's talk. So let's get the show on the road as soon as possible. So I hope you still have your Slido open because Julie wanted to know from you, what does it feel like to deploy to production? What's the feeling that you get? There's 3 options. Waving at your coach as you step into the field, or showing an ID before entering a bar or club, or passport control and airport security. There's the different levels of emotions going on there. So let us know, or let Julie know what comes closest for you. If you have any questions, then we have just practiced. So you can do so in the DevOps Talk Q&A channel. And now in that same channel, give a big round of virtual applause. You can send a clap emoji, whatever emoji you think is good for Julie. If you can find a rock, maybe that's nice. Or some GIFs, there's a Giphy integration. So be sure to make Julie feel welcome. And with that, Julie, the stage is yours.
My name is Julie. I'm here to talk to you today at DevOps.js about DevOps. And I want to do something a little bit different. I want to focus more on people as opposed to, let's just say, DevOps in theory and on paper. So before we get started, I have to just briefly show a disclaimer that I am appearing here as myself, and much of what I'm going to share with you today is my opinion based on my experience. So it's also not a complete guide to DevOps. For this talk and the time duration, I've decided to pick a couple of examples to kind of illustrate the points I want to make. So I've been building for the web for a very long time. I'm a bit older than I look. And I've worked at every place from startups to actually full like corporate. I was self-employed for a long time. So I actually was freelancing at various companies, and that was where my initial exposure to DevOps. Then I joined Allianz Germany, which is a multi-billion-dollar insurance company. And we moved some projects to the cloud in less than a year. It was a crazy ride, but I learned so much, not just about DevOps, the skills, but really at scale. I already knew a lot of those practices, and especially around Git and automated deployments, but transferring those across the team is a lot harder than it sounds. And so today I am an engineer at Microsoft. I'm part of the Fast Track for Azure program, where I help customers on board to Azure. I specialize in cloud architecture and DevOps automation. So we don't just help them with best practice guidance. If they run into a big problem or a challenge, we also help unblock them. So some of the content in here is going to be from those customer scenarios, as well as internal Microsoft, kind of like my story, my experience, which is why this is my opinion, not a kind of like, here's how you should do it. Right. And the reason is because DevOps is a journey. Every company is going to be a little bit different. They're starting in different places, and you always have different people with different preferences and just kind of like how they work. So it doesn't matter if you bring in somebody like me who's been doing it for a decade. It depends on the team, the company processes, and you have to kind of make all of this work together. This is a little bit different from some of the talks I give. Part of it is that, this is year 2 in COVID, doing a lot of these things that have to do with transformation and like cultural transformation is really hard when everything is remote. And sometimes you've never met your team. I've never met my team. So some of the things I'm going to talk about in terms of best practices actually become much more challenging when you don't have that face time to have that kind of nuance. And it's like, okay, is she serious or is she just being her snarky self? And then some of those rules, especially with security, can I bend some of them and why? So we're going to look at that. What I want you to get out of today is kind of a lot of these things that are best practices, even if I'm telling you they are, but you don't have to do them. You don't have to do them today. You don't have to do them next week. You have to eventually get there. And also you can get there without following some of those best practices. So it's not about tools. It's going to be about people. And people are going to be the difference between success, both in delivering a product and as well actually growing a team, investing in a team that will still be with you in a year or 10. So without further ado, let's get started. Okay, so the first thing, pull requests. Everybody loves pull requests, right? It's best practice, but you can also kind of do it wrong. So let's say we have a pull request workflow. Everybody's working in a branch. Okay, you might be used to, I'm just going to open the main branch again, merge my workflow and push, and it's going to be like, nope, the server might reject it. So you have to then open a pull request. Then you make your commits, do all these things, and then you might have a convention or workflow set up that says, oh, I'm going to put hashtag sign off. A robot should now merge this. It didn't work. Let me do that again. Let me do that again and again. This is what I have to deal with at work. And then sometimes you just give up, right? And you might not even close the pull request. There are so many repos with dozens or hundreds of pull requests. It's a bit kind of like really frustrating because you want to help, you want to contribute, but it's not going anywhere, right? It's kind of stuck. Now, even if pull requests are going in and the builds are running, you can eventually get code merged in. They can be really slow. And that's also just as frustrating and as disappointing. So this is what a pull request might look like, right? In documentation, it sounds really easy: open, approve, close, and merge. So you might have it actually tied to a pipeline, and you got to wait for a build agent. If you have lots of people and you don't have as many build agents, you didn't buy those as you actually need, you wait forever. So then if you're like me, you grab your phone and you're like, let me look at Twitter, see what's going on. You go back, and then when it finally ran, like, oh, it failed. But it's like half an hour later, let me go have lunch, let me come back. That's not necessarily like super productive either, right? So what you end up having is like this traffic jam of pull requests, and that's not necessarily helpful either. So I love this tweet by Keith, and he's talking about pull requests, why you have them. And it's the best way to describe when you should not have them. And that is a pull request is like airport security, right? When it was first introduced, it was really designed more for like the open source community, and you want to welcome outside contribution, right? Large and small. And you want to introduce a way to collaborate on that. It's not just about security, right? It's about discussing kind of a code change. Oh, what do you mean by this? Can you make that change? But if you're on the same team, do you need all those gates? Maybe you don't, right? So let's look at what actually this workflow looks like and where people get stuck. All right, so this is actually a diagram I use at work, and it's in the Azure documentation. And if you look at that first part, what you'll see is that that pull request is a gate to that protected branch, the main branch or the production branch. And often I will also see people who lock that down entirely. Even admins can't push directly to it. So you really are stuck in this pull request workflow. The problem here is that that is all done in code, right? And nobody's perfect. I'm not either. And sometimes those things break for whatever reason. And then what you end up having is actually something like this. So I blanked out everything that you can't see. And I took the screenshot this morning, and it made me really sad, right? 26 days ago, that was the last time somebody contributed to this repository. It's something internal that theoretically as engineers, we should be using every day, right? There's stuff in there because Azure changes every day. There's bugs in there. People should go fix typos and broken links, etc. But what's happening is you'll see we have about 50 pull requests that are stuck. Like this repository is, in my opinion, kind of like it's run amok. It's just too many. And you also just see like the number of forks we have for a team that's actually only a few hundred engineers worldwide. It sounds like a lot, right? But in the scheme of Microsoft or in the scale of Microsoft, it's not a lot of people. What you really want to avoid, because this is the worst feeling ever, is that frustration. Because what happens is you stop. And when you stop, you're not delivering business value. And that's really harmful, right? That's when the tooling isn't helping you. In fact, it's hurting you. So this is a great tweet from Matteo Colina, who's on the Node.js core team. And I really loved it. And he was talking about, okay, he helped this company and they were deploying every 2 weeks. It was an overnight deployment, very long, and they're doing it every day now. So how would they do that every day? And the key point is actually you remove those gates and you trust your team, right? They get to deploy when they're ready. So that sounds really simple, right? But is it super simple? How does that look like? So I pulled out this really old photo from the Allianz, right? So what does it mean when you're ready to deploy? So you think, oh, it's when we have tests, everything is green. Well, guess what? In real life, not everything is great. Not everything is always great. And one of the things that was very interesting was that sometimes, and I never saw this actually in startups so much, I saw it more actually at this giant corporation. People said it was too risky to deploy during business hours for an internal line of business application. So let's still work 8 hours, but shift everything. And let's do it when nobody else is using it. And that's okay for the beginning. Trust me, it's not a goal. I think we only did that once with pizza. And I have to blank out the faces because, yeah, GDPR. So it's really up to the teams. In the beginning, you don't need to deploy 10 times a day. It's okay to start with every 2 weeks. It's okay to start with every month if you're dealing with a legacy application that is, making you a lot of money. It just takes that time. So another example that's more complicated, especially when you're like, ooh, gatekeeping. Why do we have gatekeeping, right? We have it for security. So, who doesn't want security? But it sounds too easy. let's go through this example about how maybe it's too much, or maybe we don't react to it. So I was giving actually a webinar last week, and I'm demoing like how to use security and whatnot. And nobody actually said, Julie, but look at that. There's a vulnerability. Why aren't you looking at it? I wish they asked me, but they didn't. So let's go through it, and I'll tell you why it's still there, and it's going to stay there for the time being. So I go into the Dependabot alerts, right? So this is all automated. Hey, Julie, we found these issues. You should go fix them. One of them is really high, right? So the bottom one for glob parent. Now, if we open it up, Dependabot, which was bought by GitHub, is trying to be helpful. Here you go. You know, like it's just the version's less than 5.1.2. So, you know, upgrade it and you should be good, right? And it just gives you a suggestion. So let's try that, right? I'm going to stick that in my package JSON. I'm going to do npm update. This is what I see. npm warn, all these messages and whatnot. And at the very bottom, it says you have 15 vulnerabilities. I thought I had 2 before. Now I have 15. And then it says run npm audit for details. And you're like, okay, well, guess what? I've done this before. I'm going to run npm audit fix immediately. So again, lots and lots and lots of code. And if I scroll down to the bottom, I have to do that on that screen. I still have 15 vulnerabilities. So like, why? I was hoping it would be gone. So let's do npm fix force. I don't even know if that's still a tag, but like, you know, when you're a developer, that's what you do. You just like try again. And we still have 15 issues. Like it just, you can't get past it. So the hard part is actually now figuring out what should I do? Like there's no easy answer. You kind of have to just stop, zoom out and think, right? So we have all these tools and they know about a certain fact at a certain time range, like, 5.1.2, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't help you fix it. So after some Googling and Stack Overflowing, I was like, there's this, relatively new NPM feature. You can do an override and you can say, I don't care what version is required in my dependency tree. I want this one. So let me put in the latest ones for these. So, I'm going to update my node version control manager on my local machine, my Docker file. All these things, I actually have some tests. So I'm gonna do a pre-flight check, which runs all of them, and do a git push. Everything's green, all good. But then the CI build says, nope, it's not gonna work. And if you dig into the error, right, it's giving me actually a OpenSSL error. So I'm like, no, I don't want that. Like that's even worse, like encryption. Let me just kind of ignore it. And I'm actually go and revert that change. And notice that in the commit, I also put a link to the Stack Overflow thread a little bit, like why is it there? So you'll see actually in all my pipelines, I tend to have continue on error. It's like, thank you for the alert, but I'm gonna keep going. There's also a Azure Defender for Cloud Container Scanner, and it'll go through the code and it found the exact same thing. And so it's like, okay, let me thank you for the alert. I need to disable you as well. Now all my builds are running, right? But that shouldn't be the end of the story. It's just I need to deploy. So, continue on error. I know about the error. Let's figure out what we're going to do. The key to that is understanding what is glob parent? What am I using it for? Right? And what is the OpenSSL issue? And how is that going to be used? So, I was like, I'm not sure about the OpenSSL, but I actually do know what the glob parent is going to do. And so let's first understand why, like, what is this kind of vulnerability? And so it is a denial of service. So kind of vulnerability, which basically means your application isn't serving requests anymore because it's going to be bombarded. And so there's a networking version, but there's also a, let's say, bad code version where if you give it the right, let's just say inputs, then it could kind of slow to a crawl or even crash, right? Is that going to happen like in my example? So I didn't show you what this project is, but the answer is no. So I'm building this application. It's a proof of concept. And what I want to do is give a kind of an assessment that's not a checklist, right? So if you select certain options, then maybe your security would go up, but at the cost of increased complexity. And so all of the things here, the questions and the factors, all of that is done in Markdown. So it's kind of pulling this all together. It's a headless CMS. I don't need a database. And it's figuring out what goes where and is attached to what based on the file tree. So that's what it's globbing. It's kind of matching all these things. How do I throw all this together? That is on my file system, right? There is no user input. This application also has a build process. So it's doing all that figuring out like live, but you just run a build at some point when you're done, and when you deploy it and you're running in production mode, or you're just serving it in static mode or whatever it's called. And you don't have that anymore. That gap isn't there. So in this kind of like situation, what I kind of tell people is that tools are stupid. I'm just trying to get you to remember that the tool is not the holy grail. Just because it says there's a vulnerability, that doesn't mean, okay, stop everything, drop everything what you're doing, and like figure that out. Because even if you figure that out, right, it might be like in this case, it's choosing the lesser of two evils. So the open SSL issue, whatever, it has to do with the encryption that is used for the cookie, where the results, or rather the inputs that you gave, the answers that you picked is saved, right? And it's all encrypted. But for me, I've decided that risk, even though there's actually no real user data in there, is worse, I think, than kind of, okay, something that can only happen to me in development. So you won't know any of that until you go through that process. And this was just one particular example that I encountered this month, right? But for every kind of notification you get, you kind of have to go through this process. And it's really, really hard. And then when you suddenly get something like this, we get to that other point of frustration, right? Things that are clogged down. Some organizations will measure like, ooh, how many alerts are still open? How many vulnerabilities are still there? But it doesn't actually tell you if it is a security, how bad, or like it says high or moderate, but like, is it really that bad? Like lesser of two evils. That's what I kind of always say. Okay. So, we talked about pull requests, right? We talked about how you need to trust your team. We talked about as well that even with security, you also have to trust your team to kind of learn and grow. And the last thing I want to touch upon today is actually craftsmanship, because we make DevOps really hard, but I want people to actually want to do it. And key to that, in my opinion, is loving what you're doing and being proud of what you do. So this is what I see a lot of, right? Like everywhere on GitHub open source as well, not just at work. You're probably using the GitHub UI if you're clicking something and it says update README, update README, update README. That's okay. It's a place to start, right? Now, what's interesting is when customers come to me, and one of the biggest challenges people face is actually versioning, especially if they're using microservices. And for whatever reason, you have to correlate things, in which case you don't have a microservice, you have a distributed monolith. Anyway, when you see something like this, it looks super nice and like, oh my God, simple, it's super easy. And how do you do that? Well, the answer is kind of practice and discipline. So this is a change log that I made using a tool called standard version, and it relies on something called conventional commits. And that's what it is. It's just a naming convention. So when you make a commit message, this is what it looks like. How it figures out if there's a bug fix or a feature, it's just a prefix. Throw some stuff between the parentheses and it'll try to categorize things for you. And then as well, if you add the hashtag and a number, of course, GitHub links it to the issue. Now, if you're really, really paying close attention, you can tell that some of those I've also adjusted by hand, because even I am not perfect. Even I will sometimes be in a rush, and I'm super pedantic, which is why I say even I. I'll be in a rush and I'll just also submit something. But when I actually make a release, I will look at the changelog and edit it as necessary before committing it, right? Because at that point, I am publishing it to you, the consumer, and I want you to understand it. Any tiny mistakes I make in between, that's okay. It's just for me. But at the point where I say, okay, it's ready for the public, I want to make it look a little bit nicer. The other thing too is that sometimes we're kind of like, you're not doing everything perfectly. And in this case, we had to restructure a bunch of things. Take that extra step to actually make sure everybody gets credit. This I've seen happen a lot in corporate, where unfortunately people actually count those commits, and that GitHub profile with all those little green squares. So you need to make sure that not just for you, but also for your colleagues, right? That their GitHub users and usernames are also getting credit for that work. Otherwise, people don't see it. Now, it's also not just about that kind of like corporate loophole. It's also about, let's say, appreciation of teams and being grateful for the help that they're giving you. So this takes 30 seconds, but it goes a really long way for your team culture. Another thing that I want to tell people to spend time on is actually doing documentation, right? So I write this both for myself as well as people who are going to use the software that I publish or samples, right? It's not meant for humans. It's not meant for your builds. It's meant entirely for humans. This has no purpose in code whatsoever except to help you understand something. And that's really, really important because we almost always have to go back and look at things in the future. And I don't remember what I did last week, let alone 6 months ago. And if we're working on multiple projects and microservices, et cetera, then yeah, sometimes you take a long break from a project. So it's really important to actually add that documentation. Now, when I show demos at work, you look at something like this, and this is a GitHub action workflow. And I recently took some time to actually completely migrate a Azure pipeline workflow. It looks really nice, right? But how long does it take? In reality, years. There's so much experience that comes from just actually creating pipelines, what works well for me, not necessarily for everybody, right? And then figuring out kind of, okay, there's a gap here, there's a gap here, this feature works that way. It takes a long time. The simpler and more elegant it looks, the more effort it takes to get there. And it's okay, you don't start there, right? What you want to do is actually invest in yourself, which means good habits. Good habits, little tiny steps that over time actually result in that big goal you're trying to reach. If you try to get to it from day one, what you might end up doing is actually hurting your own motivation and your team's motivation. And that's almost kind of the worst thing you can do, right? I think it's better to have more contributions and stuff you need to clean up than to have no contributions. And you might think, oh, no, they just have to update the pull requests or whatever, just have to make the build go green. But there's a human element to that might be missing in those types of rules that are just all or nothing, binary. Don't do that. Really, it's about people. It's about investing in people long-term. So things like documentation, etc. It's not a cost. It's not a to-do. It's not a chore. It's an investment. And with that, I am done. So thank you for coming to this talk. I hope that it will get you thinking critically the next time you read some article about best practices, 10 things you must do. Do you really need to do it? And if you're interested in more types of topics like this, counterintuitive, what is it actually like in real life? You can follow me on Twitter or on YouTube. Then thank you very much.
Great talk, Julie. Thanks a lot for sharing with us. Before I invite Julie on stage with me to go over your questions in the Q&A, I'm going to go to watch the poll results with her. So Julie, you can still join me on stage. Hey.
Hello.
Hey, Julie. Good to have you here. So let's look at the results. So the question was, what does it feel like to deploy to production? And with 57%, we have a winner at passport control and airport security, followed with 27% waving at your coach as you step into the field, or 17% showing an ID before entering a bar or club. Was this something you were expecting, Julie?
Actually, it surprised me. The airport control, that it's that many people. I thought this audience, this conference, folks who use JavaScript, they would be more like kind of laid back. I think what surprises some people, because my job today, I help like Azure customers, is like, even the Allianz didn't have passport control and airport security. So we had all those really super strict requirements, right? So my job there, I was a full stack engineer, and then I later had like a mentoring role across many teams. And we established all the rules, but it got to a point, for example, some of the compliance stuff, the product owner, so a non-technical person would create the pull request that could deploy to production, for example, or the product owner would be the one to click a button in Jenkins that deploys. Like there weren't any sort of hard controls on everything at the time. It's just when you have a business that's worth that much money, it's scary anyway. Like, so you're only going to click that button if you're like 100% sure. And because people actually own their repositories for the most part. It's like, okay, if I screw up, I'm just going to shoot myself in the face. It might have been that it was really early in the cloud journey and they didn't put all those rules on yet, but I don't think so. I think it was just that there was a good amount of trust, which is like hilarious because I have airport security today in internal repositories. I don't even work on Azure. But it's not necessary, right? I hope it's clear from the talk that it's not necessary to have that much control. Trust is much more important, I think, for long-term growth of the team spirit, and then also just like getting more features and business value. So,
but I guess also with our audience, most of the people are not actually deploying user-facing code, but they are building the infrastructure, right? So they like the chef doesn't eat at his own kitchen. Kind of thinking of that. They're scared of their own code, maybe. But hey, we'll never know unless everyone tells us now in chat. So let's, if you're ready for it, hop into the Q&A. As a reminder, if you have any questions, you can still do so.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vulture, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vulture today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
All right. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Anuradha.
Thank you, Metin. And before going to our next speaker, we would like to thank our sponsor, Vulture. Vulture offers powerful cloud compute and bare metal at a fraction of the cost of big tech cloud. Deploy in 60 seconds or less across more than 20 locations using one of 12 pre-selected OSs or bring your own. And time for the next talk. So our next speaker is Mal. He is an expert in developer experience. He works at developer efficiency team at Datadog. And he is also the lead maintainer of Yarn, which is one of the famous JavaScript package managers. And today he will be talking about the Zen of Yarn. Now this talk is, I just love the topic of this talk because I've already seen the Zen of Python and I'm so excited to learn about Zen of Yarn. And in this talk, Mal will talk not only about Yarn, but also about open source philosophy in general. But before we move to the talk, he also has a question for us. And so go ahead to your Slido, 2524 is the code, and answer this question by Mal, where he's wondering, what is your experience of contributing to an open source project? So the options are loved it, will do it again. It was difficult, I won't do it again soon, or I haven't tried yet. So go ahead, answer these, and we will discuss the results with him after the talk. And also, if you have any questions throughout the talk, go ahead to the Discord channel, DevOps-talks-Q&A, and ask all your questions there, and we will be discussing them with him. With it, give a big round of virtual applause to Mel. And Mel, the stage is yours.
Hello everyone, my name is Mael, and today we're going to talk a bit about Yarn. So first, let me tell you a bit who I am. I'm available at Arcanis and social networks. As I said, I'm called Mael, and I work at Datadog. I'm part of the developer efficiency team, and our job is to make sure that developers working at Datadog, product developer, can focus on writing product and don't have to deal with maintaining tools or infrastructure or deployments or this kind of stuff. As part of that, I've been also contributing to the Yarn package manager, and in fact leading its development since 2017. Let me ask you a question for this talk. How do you evaluate projects? All tools have their own strengths and weaknesses, and it's your job as developers to decide which one you will want to use on a project in order to benefit the project itself. And as maintainers of open source projects, our job is to give you all the information you need in order to make a conscious choice that will allow you to move forward in your implementations. So in order to do that, I could tell you the feature list of Yarn, but I don't think it would be as useful as many people make it so. Indeed, feature list is transient. It's just a point in time. If I was to tell you the feature list of Yarn, all the nice thing it can do for you, it would quickly become obsolete when we are going to implement new ones. And in fact, we are working on Yarn 4. So as you can guess, new things will come in the next version. So instead of doing that and making this talk obsolete as I'm speaking it, we are going to focus on the project itself and its how it works. Why does Yarn thrive? Why will it keep doing so in the future? Why is it a safe bet for your project? That's what I think would be interesting to discuss. In order to do this, I remember something called the Zen of Python. You might not know it, but in Python, if you're doing a special type of imports, you're going to get a poem printed on screen. It's I put the lines there. Beautiful is better than ugly. Explicit is better than implicit. Simple is better than complex. You see the picture. The idea is that all those statements are actually the philosophy of Python code. So if you write Python code, it's supposed to be simple is better than complex. It's supposed to be flat more than nested, this kind of stuff. And I really like this format, and I wonder what would it look like if it was on Yarn. So I wrote those statements. I'm leaving it on screen for a few seconds, but you don't have to read it. We're going to go over each and every one of them. So don't read it, just screenshot it if you want. Okay, let's start. But before we start, one last thing. Yarn is there for the 10 years to come. That's our goal. So all the slides that are going to follow have to be put inside this context. We are working on this project not only so that it's cool now, but also for it to remain cool in the future. So, first statement, uniform is better than varying. Our whole CLI used to have widely different conventions from one command to another. For example, you had an option that was called no bin links, another that was called ignore scripts, another disable PMP, and that's only for the CLI flags. The configuration themselves had different convention in how settings were called. The whole thing made it very difficult to know how to call things. And so it was difficult to remember them, even for us. So for our users, it was even worse. And by doing that, it also increased the chance that further deviation would happen because people contributed to the Yarn code base would have no idea how they should call things. They would not have no idea about the right nomenclature. So now we are doing our best in order to make sure that all the flags, all the settings, all the comments, all have a consistent nomenclature so that everything is neat and tight. Stable is better than unstable. We want your application to have only two states as far as we are concerned. Either it works everywhere or it crashes everywhere. Of course, it can be difficult to do that in every case, but we really do our best for this. For example, scripts are run by cross-platform shell implementation. So even if you're writing scripts that are meant to be run on Linux, and one of your contributors is working on your project from Windows, there is a good chance that it will just work, even if you're using pipe, even if you're using redirection, because Yarn is applying an indirection so that everything is portable. Another example is that Yarn will do the best it can to surface errors early. So let's say that you are that in production you are removing all the dev dependencies. There is a good chance that you will be missing a few of them because of the node hoisting issue of ghost dependencies, as they are called. Yarn will do its best to tell you when that happens so that you can fix it. It will tell you, hey, this package is depending on something, but it is not installed. Please install it. Readable is better than messy. So as a package manager, we have a lot of information that we can tell you, but only a few of them are actually really interesting. So we are making a conscious effort in order to restrict the information that we are printing on screen and only show the most important ones. Even more than that, we are also trying to highlight them so that they are easily parsable just by a human, by using colors in semantic places. So for instance, all the package names have the same color, all the ranges have the same color, all the references have the same color. You see the picture. We are using colors not to make things prettier, but to give them a meaning. Additionally, we also care a lot about vertical space because I don't have a very large terminal, so it really is a problem when, for example, when you run an install, you have, let's say, 300 lines of nonsense being printed on screen. That's something that we don't want to happen. So we are really making efforts to make sure that none of the PR that we merged has this kind of problem. Errors are great tools, so don't be afraid of them. Warning of errors are ways to include the user into the decision process. So we don't shy away of printing errors. When we're not quite sure what to do, we ask for guidance. And when something doesn't feel safe, we ask for confirmation through settings, usually. But they should be kept actionable. That's the important thing about errors. If we print an error, but you have no way to fix it, then it will just be frustrating for you. So too many errors will make our users blind to them. Once you start to have errors that you cannot do anything about, for example, peer dependency warnings, you will just not read them anymore. And that's not something that we want to happen. So we try to only show errors and warnings if you actually can do something about them. And to help with that, we have a list of all error codes on our website, along with detailed explanation for each of them, like kind of small articles, really, that explain what is the problem and how to fix it. And frequently, we improve the wording based on the feedback that we receive from our users. So we really are making a conscious effort to really write something readable. Speed is important, benchmarks not so much. Benchmarks are usually about package managers. Years ago, they were in a very different places. A lot of them were much slower than they currently are, including Yarn. But nowadays, speed is rarely the real differentiator between them. Yarn has automated benchmark, which we use to spot dramatic regressions if it comes to that. And as an example of why benchmarks are not the only, are not the best way to see how good a package manager is, the same benchmark that we use ourselves on our CI don't give the same result whether we run them on CI or on laptops. So it's really difficult to be able to give a winner in terms of speed nowadays, because it really depends not only on the package manager themselves, but also the environment they run in. Overall, speed isn't a goal in itself. It's a mean to an end. We are doing this for a reason. We are doing this to improve the developer experience, your user experience. So while speed is something that we take into account, it's not the main thing that we have into our mind. Aim to do the right thing by default. That's something that we are currently starting to adopt more and more. So until now, Yarn was a regular tool and we had the same behavior in every environment. But the problem is that configuring a package manager is a bit difficult, especially if you have to take into account different environments, if you have to take into account security, this kind of stuff. For instance, would you spot a PR that would add a malicious dependency to your project, so-called supply chain attacks? It's not clear, but now we are trying to do something about it. So for instance, Yarn will enable the immutable flag by default on CI, so you cannot commit a log file if it's not up to date. In the next major, we are going to add additional checks on PRs when we detect that a branch is a PR, so that we can check for example, one package into the cache being corrupted or this kind of thing, all without you having to configure Yarn itself. Being the status quo doesn't justify itself. This is an interesting statement. A lot of the behavior in Yarn have been inherited from NPM or Yarn 1. And for instance, did you know that if a package has a binding.zip file, it has an implicit post install. Even if it doesn't declare it, Yarn and NPM will still run node.zip install just because that's how it always worked. So we sometimes reevaluate features and modernize or deprecate them. So in this case, the node.zip post install has been kept because it would have breaks too many things to deprecate it. But in other cases, we have decided to deprecate a few features. For instance, bundle dependencies have been deprecated a few years ago, and we've been doing just fine without them. Saying no is both hard and necessary. Many contributions that we receive are one-shot. It's not a problem per se, but we have to assume that we are going to have to maintain the code that we are managing ourselves. And given that we are a small team, it's a lot of pressure on us. So we need to assess usefulness, complexity costs, and maintenance costs before deciding to merge something. Sometimes the bar isn't met, and it makes the feature ineligible for core adoption. But that shouldn't be a blocker either. Yarn now provides hooks that applications can use to implement their own behaviors. For instance, Yarn plugins can create comments. They can access our APIs, our JS APIs. They can work with a project. They can manipulate dependencies. They can do all kinds of things. And as such, us saying no rarely prevents a feature from being developed independently. For instance, one community member created a plugin that is essentially made to replace Turbo or this kind of tools. So it's really interesting to see what the community comes up with just by using plugins. Users are collaborators, not customers. Open source sustainability is a large topic, and perhaps you will see talks about this in the future. As we said, we don't have the resources to investigate everything. We are not your support team. We don't have the resources to do lengthy back and forth and support requests, trying to figure out what's unique about your environment, this kind of thing. What we can do, though, is to share context and keep the code base healthy so that you can investigate your problem yourself. That's the only way really we can make sure that all bugs can be addressed, by making sure that you have the information you need to dig into that, to dig into them if it comes to that. And of course, the positive side is that some people who actually made the efforts to understand what are their problems may sometimes become recurring contributors and help us maintain Yarn. It already happened. We work for the benefit of future contributors. So remember what I said about the Yarn being alive for 10 years? There's something called the buzz factor. If only one person is handling a project, then if this person disappears, the project has a big problem. And as I said, we want Yarn to survive 10 years or more. I don't know if in 10 years I will still be working on Yarn, but I will know that I will probably still be using it, but working, I'm not sure. So what I'm doing, and what our whole team is doing, is to make sure that we are investing in maintenance to help future generation of contributors. So every now and then we are improving, for example, the release experience so that it's just a button on GitHub Actions, the merge experience so that we can automatically resolve the conflicts just by clicking a button on GitHub, this kind of thing. It's not entirely selfless because more active contributors we have means that we have more bandwidth ourselves, less pressure, and more time to spend on R&D and fun features and things like this. We try to be teachers and advocate for good practices. There's a school that advises to shield developers from consequences of incorrect usage, to always try to do the thing that they probably want to do, because then it decreases the barrier to use the tool, and it's a good thing for beginners. But there's another school, and I think I'm more of this one, that aims to surface mistakes early and explain how not to repeat them. Yarn is more about the second one. It's difficult to know exactly what users want to do. So rather than make guesses and be wrong, we prefer to tell you what doesn't work, and then you can look by yourself, what does it mean, and what are the ways to fix this, depending on the context, because the context can sometimes change how you are supposed to fix a problem, right? So that's what we do. Benefit the ecosystem and not only direct users. Our team made dozens, and when I said dozens, I wasn't entirely sure whether it shouldn't be hundreds, but let's say dozens of peers and comments to help improve third-party projects. We have been on other repository, we have answered questions, and we keep doing that. Plug and play had tangible effects on ghost dependencies. Even if you're a npm or pnpm user, you can partially thank us for decreasing the chances of ghost dependencies, because again, we've been working with third-party projects to solve their missing dependencies. Each time one of our users told us, hey, Yarn is reporting a problem with this package, we'd look at it, we decided whether it was a problem in Yarn or in the third party, and we discussed with their maintainers. And it improved a lot of packages in a dramatically short time. We also advocate for new features to other package managers, and sometimes we even implement them ourselves. As an example, I myself implemented optional peer dependencies in NPM years ago. Additionally, we work with the Node projects. For example, I designed and implemented core pack for Node, which ships both Yarn and PNPM with Node.js. And we also contribute to the Node.js loaders working group, so that the loader API, which is used by things like Jest in order to mock models, is as powerful as it can be. So we really try to be a good citizen of the whole ecosystem and not only work to improve our project, but everything that is JavaScript. In order to do that, we often pick the destination and interpolate the journey. The ecosystem has many tenants, and each time you want to do something, improvements will often have to be planned very long term, because everyone needs to agree, and no one agrees at first. So you need to really discuss a long time in order for things to come to fruition. Additionally, if we were to fix things at the wrong layer, it would hurt maintainability because it would become difficult to remove them once they are not needed anymore. So first, what we do is that we figure out what's the right fix in an ideal world, regardless of how long it would take. And then we decide what are the paths that we want to follow in order to get there. And if we make mistakes along the road, we correct the trajectory as needed, but still keeping the end of the journey in mind. And so far it worked well. So for instance, plug and play has been developed like this. We knew where we wanted to go, and we decided to interpolate medium steps from where we came in order to progressively improve the situation in Gauss dependencies. And finally, the last rule, but the most important one. If it's not fun, you're not doing it right. And actually, this one is for us as maintainers. If it's not fun, we are not doing it right. You may remember what I said about open source sustainability. It's extremely important for maintainers to find fun in what they are doing. Fun creates enthusiasm. It creates energy. It's more fun when you're not the only person doing it. So maintaining a project can be difficult, stressful. We have to remember every day that we are doing this for us. If I'm working on Yarn, I'm sorry, but it's not for you. It's because I find pleasure in doing it. I find pride in doing it. And that's something that is important to remember when you're developing an open source. And it's also important to remember it as a user, because it's also a guarantee that we are going to keep working on this project because we are going to keep finding it fun. We are keep making sure that we don't burn out while working on it. Again, we owe it to us to keep the environment as fun and toxic free as possible, and we are investing in it. And that's something that we really keep in mind. So even though it's the last slide, that's perhaps the most applicable to all open source in general. I hope you like this talk. Now we are going to do a quick Q&A. I will be available to answer your questions.
That was such an impressive talk. I totally loved it. So I would like to invite Mel on stage with me, and we will discuss first the questions which we asked in Slido. Hey, Mel, loved your talk.
Hey, Anurada.
You asked the question on the experience, right, of contributing to open source, and the results are there. 55% say that they haven't tried any of contributing to open source. 36% loved it, and for 9% it was difficult. So I mean, what do you think about it?
I think it's super interesting because open source is such a big part of being a developer today. I mean, it's a good thing to see that so many people actually try to make a contribution and that they loved it. 56% of haven't tried yet is still a bit too large, and so that's part of the work that we are doing as maintainers of many projects, trying to decrease this number so that more people can feel invested in the project they use. But yeah, those are great numbers.
Yeah, I am like more bothered about that. It's pretty less number, but for people, for him, it was difficult. Yeah, it could be difficult at times, I guess. Yeah, but really glad that most of the people liked it. Awesome. So let's take some questions by the audience. Darkovic asks that naming consistency is cool to have, but how to keep it consistent in a huge growing project with multiple teams?
It can be difficult.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
And when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my top-tell team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTel has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I'm a top-tell freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my top-tell team helps the next job find me.
if I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTel has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Now for the next talk, I would like to hand over the mic to my fellow MC, Sharon.
Awesome. It's awesome to be here. Thanks for that intro. I'm just going to take a moment to thank one of our sponsors. Sentry is the application monitoring platform for development teams to holistically monitor their code health from the front end to the back end to see clearer, solve quicker, and learn continuously. Thank you so much, Sentry, for your support of our event. Up next, we have this super awesome Nicholas Yang. He's a software developer at Rome, and he's interested in compilers and programming languages. And as part of this journey, he's discovered that CI is pretty slow. And so he wants to know, why is CI so slow? But before you get started, he wants to know in Slido, so drop your answers in Slido at 2524. What is your slowest, most annoying tool? We're waiting to hear your answers on that. And don't forget that Nicholas is around and he's going to be able to answer your questions. So drop your questions in the DevOps Talk Q&A channel. So without further ado, I would like to invite Nicholas to the stage, give a big round of virtual applause, and take it away, Nicholas.
Hi, everybody. My name is Nicholas. I'm a software developer at Rome Tools, and I'd like to talk to you all about why your CI is so damn slow. We've all been there. You've pushed your latest code to GitHub, your CI service is spitting up, and it's taking forever. You wait and wait and wait, only to get your result back 5, 10, even 20 minutes later. It's annoying, it's disruptive, it's a waste of your damn time. Normally, we just accept this as an eternal truth. CI is slow. I don't think that's okay. Having to wait for CI has a direct, dire effect both on your productivity and on your finances. Let's start with a resource that matters to all of us, developer time. I don't know about you all, but when I encounter a time sink, such as a slow CI, I do one of two things. I slack off or I start another task. Slacking off is clearly a net negative. Sure, we all deserve breaks, but not every single time we push up some code. Our CI shouldn't determine when we work or not. But Nick, you say, we could just start another task. And yeah, starting another task seems tempting. We're all capable multitaskers. Turns out, no, we are not. In the paper Task Interruption in Software Development Projects, the authors measured the effect of task switching on productivity. It wasn't good. In particular, they noted that self-interruptions, basically when you purposely switch between tasks, they tend to be more disruptive than external interruptions and lead to less task completion. With slow CI, this flow gets constantly interrupted. You end up switching between the CI jobs and your new task, losing your working context and therefore your efficacy and efficiency. Or worse, you get focused on your new task, forget about your CI job, and only remember a few hours later that your job is done. You ping your reviewer just to realize that they've gone home. Suddenly, a quick PR takes 2 days or more to merge. Even worse is when you have to debug a CI workflow. Whenever I have to debug one, it's so awful. I end up tweaking a setting, waiting for the job to complete, getting distracted, and only seeing the results 15 minutes later. A 15-minute development cycle is not acceptable in this day and age. But it's not just developer time. Slow CI means more compute time, which, as anyone who's stared in shock at their AWS bill knows, means more money. One such example is the free desktop GitLab instance, which hosts a bunch of free software projects, such as Mesa, the Linux kernel drivers, and many others. They experienced a massive period of growth in the late 2019 to early 2020 era. However, their expenses ballooned accordingly, first at $75,000 in 2019, and then they were projected to hit $90,000 in 2020. They managed to cut costs before they ran out of money, but still, for an open source project, that's a massive amount to be spending on CI. Let's do better. Let's figure out why CI is slow. To do so, we should look at what a CI job does. At its core, there are two types of CI jobs, static and dynamic jobs. Static jobs apply developer tools, such as a linter, bundler, formatter, etc., to your code without executing the code. Dynamic jobs may also apply tools, but they have to run your code. We're going to focus on static jobs, but many of these lessons apply to dynamic ones too. Regardless, if your CI job is slow, it's likely because your tools are slow. But what do I mean exactly by slow? Of course, I mean the tools are slow in their runtime. However, for CI, there's a second type of slowness. These tools are also slow in their installation time. Let's take ESLint. It's a great tool. However, like many tools in the JavaScript ecosystem, it has a lot of dependencies. This isn't a dependency shaming talk. I use dependencies, you use dependencies. They're a necessary part of modern software development. But dependencies do have an impact on your CI. Namely, you have to install them. And no one likes waiting for NPM or yarn to do its thing. And with JavaScript, there's always the biggest dependency of all, Node. You have to download this massive runtime just to run your other dependencies. How many times has a CI service had to spin up a Docker container with Node just to run a tool like ESLint or Webpack? And back to running time, why are these tools slow to run? At Rome, we've put a lot of thought into this question. First, and most obviously, it's because most tools are written in JavaScript, and JavaScript is not the ideal language for developer tooling. It uses a lot of memory, it's hard to write safe concurrent code, and it requires a runtime. The solution is, well, don't write the tools in JavaScript. We use Rust, ESBuild uses Go, Bun uses Zig. In our case, we found that Rust has given us significant benefits. We first wrote Rome in TypeScript. With this original codebase, we had to squeeze out performance with carefully optimized JavaScript and our own low-level primitives. In Rust, we got very good performance right out of the gate. Second, because Rust compiles to a static binary, we no longer have to install dependencies in our CI process. We can simply download a binary. And finally, there's an aspect to JavaScript tooling that we believe is underestimated. That's the problem of redundant work. The JavaScript tooling ecosystem is extremely fragmented. We use different tools to lint, format, bundle, and so on. Each tool, therefore, needs to parse and represent the JavaScript as a syntax tree. If you remember your compilers, you'll recall that syntax trees take up a significant amount of memory. Ever wonder why IntelliJ is slow? It's storing all these syntax trees. Not to mention, parsing involves I/O, which always comes with its own overhead. Therefore, each tool needs to do this work. Use 3 tools, that's 3 times the parsing time and 3 times the memory. With Rome, the goal is to have one tool that handles linting, formatting, bundling, and so on. That means 1 parsing stage and 1 syntax tree. There's no wasted compute and no wasted memory. With all this in mind, what does our ideal CI job look like? In the case of static jobs, these jobs should operate as native programs with no JavaScript runtime involved. There's really no reason to run Node or Docker for a linter or bundler. They can be used from the command line or as an API, in which case the performance expectation should be on par with any other REST API. You call it, get a result in under a second. Of course, for dynamic jobs, where we need to execute the code, we can still spin up a runtime. But perhaps we can stick to more lightweight environments. Something like an AWS Lambda or a Cloudflare worker could easily suffice. So where does Rome come into this? For now, we're focused on delivering fast, native JavaScript tools. Our long-term plan is to be the one-stop shop for all of JavaScript. Hopefully, in the future, these tools will be the replacement for static CI jobs. But where do we start? Of course, we couldn't tackle every tool simultaneously, so we decided to do some research, look at open source repositories, and see what was slow in their tooling setup. We found that linting was generally pretty slow, but in particular, one rule stood out: prettier. If you're not familiar, there's an ESLint rule that checks if your code is formatted correctly by running prettier on your code and seeing if anything changes. In the case of Babel, the JavaScript compiler originally written by Rome's founder, Sebastian, the prettier ESLint rule takes over 6 seconds to complete. With Webpack, this rule takes 5 seconds. Maybe saying at this point, 6 seconds, that's not that much, and I'd agree in abstract. But in reality, 6 seconds is the difference between running your linter as a local watcher and running it on CI. If it takes 6 seconds to get your lint results back, you're probably not going to have the linter integrated into your development flow. You're probably not going to want to call it through a REST API. Instead, you're going to rely on running it as a CI task. You're going to wait longer before seeing potential issues in your code. With this evidence in mind, we made it our mission to make formatting better. Don't get me wrong, I love prettier, but it can get remarkably slow in large files. In particular, we were inspired by Rust Formatter, which is super fast. We decided that we want a formatter of the same level of performance, but for JavaScript. We also want a formatter that was integrated into your development environment. One particular feature of developer tools that we love is called error tolerance. A tool is error tolerant if it works even when your code has errors, whether they're syntactic or semantic. We put a lot of work into making the formatter error tolerant. That way, it can still make your code look good no matter what. We're super excited to announce that our formatter will be released by March 28th. We'd love to give a sneak peek of the performance of our formatter. First up, we have Dojo, a front-end framework. Running the formatter on a bundled library, prettier takes 75 milliseconds, which is not bad, but Rome is all the way down at 10 milliseconds. For Svelte, prettier is up to 750 milliseconds, almost a second, while Rome is all the way down at 200 milliseconds. And finally, there's the behemoth that is TypeScript's checker.ts, clocking in over 44,000 lines, or 2.64 megabytes. I don't know if you've ever opened this file in an editor, but I'll tell you now, it slows mine down to a crawl. Prettier takes over 2 seconds to format this file. We do it in 335 milliseconds. But that's just the beginning. Our next goal is linting. As I mentioned before, linting is quite slow in JavaScript. ESLint can easily take 15-30 seconds to run on a top computer. We want to be a tenth of that. Linting will also let us show off the power of our concrete syntax tree, or CST-based parsing. Once again, if you're familiar with compilers, you may know that parsers generally produce what's called an abstract syntax tree, or AST. ASTs are great because they abstract away unnecessary details such as whitespace or comments. However, it turns out that these supposedly unnecessary details are rather important for other developer tools. Specifically, it's really hard to do something like parse the code into an AST, modify the AST, then convert it back into code without completely rearranging the code, thereby creating a massive Git diff. With a CST, everything is preserved, comments, whitespace, everything. That means converting a CST back into code with only a minimal diff is extremely easy, which in turn opens up a whole host of powerful code modification features. We're really excited to demonstrate the possibilities of CST-based linting. Our linter will come out by the end of Q2, and we're so excited to demonstrate the possibilities of cross-language CST-based linting. To recap, CI is slow because our tools are slow, both in their installation time and in their running time. They are slow because they use slower languages that rely on runtimes and containers. To make CI faster, we need fast, native tools for JavaScript. If these goals sound interesting, we're going to be hiring soon. Feel free to reach out at nicholas@rometools.com or via Twitter. Thank you.
Awesome. What an excellent talk. It was a kind of lol sob, right? I'd like to invite Nicholas to the stage, our speaker. Yeah, a really great talk, Nicholas. Thank you for sharing that with us. It was actually a pretty quick talk for being about CI being so slow, right?
Yeah, I didn't want to waste
it
your
was a
time.
great one. But you've unpacked a lot there, so great talk. Let's check out our Slido results. I'm really intrigued to see what people are thinking. What is their slowest and most annoying tool? Let's check that out together. So bundler, 50% say bundler. Okay, that's interesting. Wow. But in second place, we have IDE. So if you want to share in the chat which IDEs you're using, we'd love to hear which ones you're using and you find pretty slow. And unless that's like etcd there, I'd love to unpack also the et al or etc. To know what's in third place. So tell us what other tools you think didn't make the list. We'd love to hear about those. And yeah, let's hear what people had to ask, Nicholas. Let's start with some of the Q&A. All right, cool. So
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my top-tell team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTel has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vulture, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vulture today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
if I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
if I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTel has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vulture, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vulture today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
So you can stick around, ask them more questions about builds and CI processes and why things are slow and many other things. Nicholas, thank you so much for being with us.
Yeah, thank you. This has been a lot of fun.
Awesome. And so, yeah. Great. So next up is my awesome co-MC, Metin, and he will be taking it away from here.
Yeah, that's me. So I wanted to remind you about the opportunity you have to win the Git Nation Multipass. So take a photo of your setup. We want to see how you're watching the conference and where you're watching the conference. Use the hashtag DevOps.js so that we can find your photo. Now is it time for me to thank one of our gold sponsors, Okta. Okta supports dynamic infrastructure with a Terraform plugin that allows for the full lifecycle management of Okta resources. Thanks a lot for helping us out with sponsoring this event, Okta. We could not have done it without you. And now we have Deepu joining us from Okta. Deepu is a software engineer by passion and profession, and he's working as a senior developer advocate at Okta. You may know Okta. It's been in the news every now and then. And he's going to be talking about node.js containers on Kubernetes and what the best practices are with that. So let's see what the best practices are. But first, Deepu wants to know, what kind of authentication do you use for your Kubernetes clusters? There's 5 options. There's tokens, service token or bearer token, basic auth, OIDC, kind certificates, or something else. So you can go to slide.do, use the code 2524 and answer Deepu's question. And now, if you have any questions, you can do so in the Discord server, DevOps Talk Q&A. Before we start the talk, I want to take a moment that everyone has the time to send a big round of applause in the chat. So you can go to DevOps Talk Q&A right now and send some clap emojis and a nice GIF. I will also do that. And then we can take it away. Deepu, the stage is yours.
Hello everyone, welcome to my talk. Today I'm going to talk about securing your Kubernetes containers, especially for Node.js. If you're a DevOps engineer, there is a good chance that you are maintaining either an on-prem Kubernetes cluster or a PaaS like EKS, AKS, or GKE. But regardless of how you run your Kubernetes clusters, you need to make sure that they are secure. But first, introductions. My name is Deepu K. Shashidharan. I'm the co-lead of JHipster. I also created a nifty dashboard called K- for Kubernetes. I'm an open source aficionado, a polyglot developer, and a Java champion. I work as a developer advocate at Okta with a focus on DevOps. I also write frequently about languages and tech on my blog. You can find it on deepu.tech. Please do follow me on Twitter if you are interested in my content. I have written a book about JHipster. If you like this talk, you might like the book as well. So please do check it out. So before we talk about securing Kubernetes, or before we talk about security best practices in Kubernetes, it is important for us to have a basic understanding of Kubernetes security. Like any other complex piece of software, security in Kubernetes is multifold. It can be broadly categorized into 4 layers: the transport security, authentication, authorization, and admission control. TLS is used to ensure transport security, and authentication and authorization can be done using multiple mechanisms in Kubernetes. There is also possibility of adding custom admission control modules to add further policies and security in Kubernetes. So these are the things that's available out of the box in Kubernetes. Kubernetes comes with many security options out of the box, as we saw. But to bulletproof your infrastructure, you need to consider many more security best practices. Today, we'll look into some of the vital security best practices. You can also find a similar blog from me in the link provided in this slide. So please do check that out if you want to read a bit more info about these. So first, the first best practice would be using RBAC. Kubernetes supports multiple authorization models for its API server. There is attribution-based access control, or ABAC, role-based access control, or RBAC, node authorization, and the webhook mode. Out of all these, RBAC is the most secure and most widely used, and is ideal for enterprises and medium to large organizations. With RBAC, you can define role-based access control that closely resembles your organization's business rules. RBAC also works great with OIDC authentication. So with RBAC, you can have much more flexible control of who has access to what, and you can model it based on how your organization is structured, based on your departments, and all these things. Most Kubernetes distributions have RBAC enabled by default. You can check this by running the command kubectl cluster info dump. Then look for the authorization mode flag in the output, which should show something like authorization mode equal to RBAC. If not, you can enable it using the authorization mode flag for the API server. It would be -- authorization mode. So you can do this when creating a cluster, or you can do this by patching a cluster. For example, if you set -- authorization -mode equal RBAC, node, it will enable both RBAC and node authorization on the cluster. So you can have multiple authorization also on the same cluster. So once RBAC is enabled, you can create role or cluster roles and role bindings and cluster role bindings to control access to your resources. Here is a small example of a role and role binding that lets users view pods and services. So I would recommend you to check out Kubernetes documentation on RBAC and role, cluster role, and role bindings for further learning, as you will see a lot more explanations, a lot more examples, and how you can use this flexibly to manage complex authorization requirements. So the next best practice would be to use OpenID Connect, or OIDC, to secure your cluster. So this is for the authentication part. So RBAC was for the authorization part and OIDC would be for the authentication part. So Kubernetes supports multiple authentication mechanisms. Some of the most common are client certificates, basic authentication, tokens, which includes service account tokens, bearer tokens, and so on, OpenID Connect or OIDC, and also proxy-based authentication. So these are all the authentication mechanisms that is supported by Kubernetes out of the box. Out of all these authentication mechanisms, OIDC is the most secure and scalable solution. It is ideal for clusters accessed by large teams as it provides a single sign-on solution for all the users and makes it easy to onboard and offboard users. Because once you secure your cluster using OIDC, you wouldn't have to go into the Kubernetes clusters to do any user management. You can do everything from your OpenID Connect provider. You can do user onboarding, offboarding, everything from there. You don't have to make sure that you don't have to worry about having to clear usernames, passwords, or tokens and certificates from user machines and so on. It will all be taken care of by the OIDC provider, or the OIDC mechanism. So it is also way more secure than other mechanisms, as you don't have to store any sensitive information on a user's computer, like client secrets or passwords, with the traditional mechanisms that you would have to do. You can also use features like multi-factor authentication, tokens, YubiKeys, etc., as supported by your OIDC provider, of course. But all these mechanisms would be available to access your Kubernetes cluster as well. So that means you can add additional layers of security, which is not possible with any other authentication mechanism supported by Kubernetes. You can also check this blog post I wrote about securing your clusters with OIDC for more details and to see how you can actually do this for your cluster. The blog shows setting this up using Okta, but the steps are similar for any OIDC provider. So you can easily switch out from Okta to Keycloak or whatever OIDC provider you would prefer. So do check this blog out to see how you can actually do this. Here is how OIDC works with Kubernetes. When you run a command with kubectl, it uses kube login and opens a browser to authenticate you with the OIDC provider. It then uses the auth response obtained from the OIDC provider to fetch tokens from the auth server and passes the tokens to the Kubernetes API server, which would be used to authenticate the user. So next best practice would be using secrets. Of course, this one should be a no-brainer. Kubernetes has a secret resource that can be used to store sensitive data. This is a great way to store passwords, keys, and other sensitive data. Secret can be used for storing string data, Docker config, certificates, tokens, files, and so on. Secrets can be mounted as data volumes or exposed as environment variables to be used in containers. Secrets can be plain text or encoded. So please don't be that person who uses plain text for sensitive secrets. Secrets are flexible and native to Kubernetes, so there is no reason for you to not use them. Also, make sure to implement proper RBAC for secrets as well, so that everyone in your organization does not have access to secrets, because I don't think you would have to expose secrets to everyone who has access to the cluster. So next would be keeping Kubernetes up to date. Like any other software, Kubernetes also has bugs and issues and CVEs, and from time to time there might be a high severity bug that calls for a CVE, like for example memory safety related issues. Hence it is an excellent idea to keep the Kubernetes version up to date for the server and the CLI client. You can check the Kubernetes security and disclosure information website to see if there are known security bugs for your Kubernetes version. If you are using a managed PaaS, it should be pretty easy to upgrade. And for on-prem installations, there are tools like Kops, kubeadmin, and so on. These tools makes it easy to upgrade your on-prem clusters. So next would be restricting admin access. So kubelet is the primary node agent running on each node, and by default, a kubelet's HTTP endpoints are not secured. This could allow unintended access and hence should be restricted. And furthermore, when someone has access to a Kubernetes cluster, they can access the Kubernetes API server and also can SSH into the cluster nodes themselves. This is also not very safe. To limit node access, cluster access should be limited as much as possible. So disable SSH access for non-admin users. Secure your API server using OIDC and RBAC as we saw earlier, so that only authenticated users with sufficient roles can access the API. So next would be controlling traffic between pods and clusters. So generally, pods within the same cluster will be able to communicate with each other. And if you have multiple clusters in the same network, there may be traffic between these clusters as well. So do not leave all this open, as it would be increasing the attack surface. And it could lead to a compromised cluster when another in the network is affected. So use Kubernetes network policies to control traffic between pods and clusters and allow only the least necessary traffic, so that even if one cluster or a container is compromised, you don't end up compromising the entire cluster or your network. Next would be to, this is also a bit similar. So next would be to isolate workloads by namespace. So do not run all your workloads in a single namespace. Isolating workloads in different namespaces based on business needs is more secure, and it is also easier to manage with RBAC. So this way you can fine-tune RBAC even further to let users access only what they need to see. You can also use Kubernetes network policies to isolate traffic between namespaces if applicable and if required. So isolating your workloads with different namespaces is always a good idea. As with securing APIs and the cluster itself, it is also essential to set resource limits on how much CPU, memory, and persistent disk space is used by the namespaces and resources. This secures your cluster from denial of service attacks. When a particular container uses up all the resources, it could end up bubbling up, and it could end up compromising your entire cluster. So in order to avoid that, use resource quotas and limit ranges to set limits at the namespace level. And you can also use requests and limits at the container level to set some limits as well. Finally, it is also extremely important to monitor and audit your clusters. So enable audit logging for the cluster and use monitoring tools to keep an eye on the network traffic to, from, and within the cluster. So monitoring can be done using open source tools like Prometheus, Grafana, or with proprietary tools. So it is very important that you monitor this traffic so that you can prevent breaches before they happen. You can set up alarms and stuff if the tool supports in order to proactively prevent any security breaches. Furthermore, keep these infrastructure best practices also in mind when securing a Kubernetes cluster. Ensure that all communication is done via TLS. Protect etcd with TLS, firewall, and encryption, and restrict access to it using strong credentials. Set up IAM policies, IAM access policies in a supported environment like AWS, GKE, or Azure. Secure the Kubernetes control plane. Don't let it open. Rotate your infrastructure credentials frequently. And if you are using cloud or PaaS, restrict the cloud metadata API access, because the PaaS like AWS, Azure, or GCP provide these metadata APIs, which could have some information which you don't want to be public. So securing the containers are as important as securing the cluster itself. So far, we saw what can be done at the cluster level to secure your Kubernetes setup. But it is also very important that we follow best practices at the container levels. So let's see what they are. So do not run your containers as root user, as this would give the container unlimited access to the host. In case of a compromised container, this would give the attacker root access and will grant wider attack surface. Always run the containers using a non-root user to limit access, and use a least privileged user as much as possible. Use least privileges as much as possible. For Node.js containers specifically, the official base images have a least privileged user called node. So we can use that instead of root to be more secure. Next would be to use minimal and up-to-date official base images. So remove all unwanted dependencies, packages, and debugging tools from the image, as it will make it more secure. It will reduce the attack surface, and it will also make the image lightweight. And make sure you use official verified images for popular software, and prefer LTS versions when possible, as they would have longer security patches and updates. Use a trusted registry for non-official images, or for non-official images, maybe even consider building the images from source on your own and hosting it on your private registries. And if you're using third-party registries, always verify the image publisher and make sure it is from a reputed publisher. Don't go about trusting every registry or every publisher you come across. The next would be to prevent loading unwanted kernel modules in containers. Especially during development, we might end up using more from the underlying Linux kernels for debugging purpose or testing purposes. But for production, make sure you do not load any unwanted kernel modules. So these can be restricted using rules in etc mod prob, or by the etc mod prob of the node, or by uninstalling the unwanted modules from the node itself. So this reduces the attack surfaces, and also it reduces the resource usage of that particular container. So next would be to enable container image scanning in your CI/CD phase. So this would help you to catch known vulnerabilities before they become an attack vector. You can use open source tools like Clier or Anchor for this, or commercial tools like Snike for these. These are quite easy to set up, and they support most CI/CD solutions out of the box. Another best practice for containers would be to use Docker Bench for security to audit your custom images, custom container images for security best practices. So if you're building container images for your application, it's a good idea to run it through Docker Bench for security to ensure that you are following all security best practices, and also to discover additional security best practices that you can do for your particular container. It's a great tool to ensure that custom images you build for production follow all the best practices possible. Another best practice for your containers would be to use pod security admission. So this is the successor to pod security policies. So from Kubernetes version 1.21 onwards, pod security policies are deprecated, and the successor is pod security admission. So you can use this module to limit a container's access to the host. This will help to reduce the attack surface, and it will also help to prevent privilege escalations in case of a compromised container. And since we are talking about securing Kubernetes clusters on a JavaScript ecosystem, there are few things which is specific to Node.js that you have to keep in mind when securing your Node.js containers on running on Kubernetes. So only install production dependencies, right? So in your images, when you are installing dependencies, make sure you pass the -- only production flag, so that you don't end up installing your dev dependencies or other non-production dependencies, as this would reduce the attack surface. Optimize for production by setting node into production, as Node.js applications do have some optimizations when they are run in the production mode, and they are much more secure. Safely terminate applications using an init system like dump init. Mostly we end up just running node server.js or node filename.js, right? But that is not ideal, as in case of application crashes, things are not cleaned up. It's not application is not terminated properly. So use a system like dump init, so that all the SIGINT signals from your host is passed on properly to the application itself. And finally, use a Docker ignore file to ignore sensitive files like .n, .npmrc, and so on, because these files will have sensitive informations like passwords or tokens, and we have no reason to expose that to the container, which could also end up in public domains if they are public containers. So that's it, folks. I hope the talk was worth your time and thank you for attending. You can reach out to me via Twitter and do check out my website for more content. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Deepu. That was really nice. Thanks for sharing. Deepu, can you join me so we can look at the results of your poll?
Yeah, sure. And thanks for having me, first of all.
Yeah, our pleasure, of course. Thanks a lot for joining. So the question was, what kind of authentication do you use for your Kubernetes clusters? Well, we have a big winner, and I think this is not a surprise with 63% tokens.
Definitely.
Were you expecting such a landslide, or?
This is something I was expecting because that's like the default that most people would do. I'm quite surprised by the number that OIDC has. Do we know how many votes are there overall?
I can't see that, but no, we just see percentages. Yeah.
Okay. Because I wasn't expecting OIDC. No, it's good. It would be the most secure way, of course. So it's good.
It's growing.
But yeah, sorry.
It's growing.
Yeah,
it went from 16 to 19. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, definitely not a surprise that people use tokens as the default authentication mechanism, because in most of the setup it's also the default, so that makes sense. So I don't think a lot of people go about changing these unless they have specific requirements and depending on their team and stuff. But yeah, that's interesting. Definitely. Oh, it's growing.
Growing again. Oh, super nice. Yeah, and even 0% for basic auth. So I'm assuming
glad
that
about
would
that,
just be
actually.
username password.
Yeah, definitely. That's a good trend, definitely. But yeah, I mean, tokens is not that bad. But yeah, I mean, for larger organizations, I mean, for smaller teams, I think tokens are perfectly fine. You don't need OIDC for everyone. But if you are in a larger team where there is a lot of churn, and especially if you're doing trying to do RBAC, which has to kind of reflect your organization's composition and whatever, then I think OIDC is like the best choice. Otherwise, it's too much of a hassle to manage it with tokens all the time and stuff like that. So
yeah,
it's just definitely.
Well, I think we should just stay talking for like 5 to 10 minutes, and then OIDC will be the winner because it's growing and growing.
Probably. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Good.
let's jump into the real audience questions.
Yeah.
The first one, what do you say that OIDC is the most secure and flexible authentication mechanism for Kubernetes? How does it make
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Town, from London to Taiwan, I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating.
I'm a TopTal freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Yeah, thank you for having me, and thanks to everyone who joined, and thanks for all the questions. I hope the talk was useful, and you could take something from this. So thank you.
I'm betting that the audience did. So once again, if you want to continue the discussion with Deepu, you can do so now on his spatial chat. And now we're going to take a short break, if I'm not mistaken, 5 minutes. Let me check, double check. Yeah, 5 minutes. So see you back in 5. Bye.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTel has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating.
I'm a TopTel freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTel team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTel has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic.
Welcome back from break. I hope you had time to quickly grab some coffee or tea or maybe some snacks. So now after the break, we are going to have a series of lightning talk. But before that, we would like to thank our sponsor, StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to automate application security testing against your apps and the backing REST or GraphQL APIs. Find and fix security bugs before they hit production with stackhawk.com. Thank you for sponsoring our conference. And before we move to the lightning talks, let me remind you about the discussion room, which is happening on infrastructure as code. It will start in around 20 minutes on the special chat. You can find the link in timeline and make sure to join that if you would like. And with that, let the marathon begin. So we are going to have 5 talks from Ishel from JFrog, Clint from Sonar, Simon from Sentry, Scott from StackHawk, and Vault from Vulture. So, and worth mentioning here that there would be no live Q&A for these talks, but some of our speakers might still be in the Discord channel. So the Q&A channel, DevOps-talks-Q&A. So do ask the questions there and they would answer to your questions. With that, without further ado, yeah, let the marathon begin.
Hi everyone, I'm Clint Cameron, Product Marketing Manager at SonarSource, and today I'm going to demonstrate how easy it is to code smarter and harness the power of clean code in your DevOps workflows. Now, let me first start with a traditional workflow and show how it can waste a tremendous amount of developer time. Code is written and pushed to the main branch. Auditors flag potential issues, and then devs return to the code to triage and separate real issues from false positives. The end result is that up to 42% of developer time can be spent on rework and remediating bad code. At SonarSource, we have a better way to app development, a clean code approach. We put the developer in charge of the code quality and give them the tools to write only clean code. It's inefficient to push issues to your main branch or a feature branch only to revisit those issues later. Instead, let's find those issues as soon as they occur and eliminate them from even getting committed in the first place. Okay, we can see that the clean code approach is more efficient. What exactly does that mean for you and your team? Well, direct ownership of the code by the developer and the team. It means efficient and maintainable code. Code that's robust and reliable when executed. It means, of course, code that's safe for your users and for your organization. And then finally, code that fosters innovation and keeps developers happy. Okay, in a minute, I'm going to demonstrate how you can add clean code to your workflow using Sonar Cloud and the Sonar solution. It's 100% free for public projects, and you can analyze your code in minutes. Now, before I demonstrate, let me quickly walk you through the solution. In my demo, my project is housed in GitHub. We also have a tight integration with Azure, Bitbucket, and GitLab. It all starts with a pull request, which kicks off an auto scan of your code. Now, this auto scan can be easily integrated with your existing CI/CD system. Now, from the analysis, we get back a set of code quality metrics and a clear indication of any issues. The analysis results are automatically synced back to GitHub, so you get valuable insights right where your team lives, eats, and breathes. Now, onto the demo. All right, y'all, here's our code for our demonstration. First thing is to go ahead and kick off an analysis in sonarcloud.io. So we'll authenticate using our GitHub credentials. Navigate to create a new organization. That automatically gets pulled over, and we'll import that. We're going to go ahead and select a free plan and get that project pulled in. And that's it. Sonar Cloud will take care of the rest. It's going to prep for an analysis and then fully run that analysis. Now, depending upon the size of your project, the number of lines of code containing your project, it could take a few minutes for that to run. I only have about 7 minutes with y'all. So in the interest of time, let's pause and pick things back up once the analysis is done. All right, analysis completed. Let's take a look at it. We navigate to the main branch and see that we've got some reliability, security, and maintainability issues. And so that's great to get a baseline understanding of what's going on in your main branch. Now, other than those vulnerabilities, those should get fixed, but everything else, it's kind of water under the bridge. What's important is let's start catching things from now. Let's instigate a clean code process from now so that we're shifting left. When things happen, let's catch them as soon as possible and prevent things from ever even getting close to reaching the main branch. Let's catch them before they even reach a feature branch. So to that end, I'd like to do an analysis against a pull request. So I have a branch set up already in GitHub. We'll kick off a new pull request against that. And that's all it takes. That's going to go ahead and kick off automatically and scan our pull request. just like the main branch, depending upon the size of the pull request, the number of lines of code included, it could take a few seconds, could take a few minutes for the analysis to complete and fully run. So it's running right now. I expect it to finish. There it goes right there. It's finished. Okay. So there, we can see that we have a failed quality gate due to a vulnerability in our pull requests. All right, well, we don't want that. So let me show you something super cool right now. Right here, you can see that if I were to try to merge this pull request, it's red. I click on it, it's blocked, unless I have administrator privileges. So you can set it up so that if you get a red quality gate on a pull request, no merging unless it is cleaned up. Okay, we'll cancel that. Now, let me go ahead, we're in the Conversations tab. Let me take you over to the Checks tab. You can see we have a nice integration there as well. And I also want to show you something cool here that is our integration with the code scanning capabilities of GitHub. And you can see there, you get even more information about this vulnerability. And if we go to the bottom here, we can see that it looks like we could have, we have an injection flaw. So if we click on Show Paths, we can see that we have a source right here in app.js. And we can see it traverses through 5 different steps, actually crosses over into another file called app-handler.js, and that's our sync. The point being that we want to provide as much information in GitHub as possible. It's where you work, so let's get the right information at the right time to you so you can make decisions. And to that end, we have this little click box here. We can go ahead and triage things as maybe that's a false positive, maybe it's just used in testing, or for a reason we say we're not going to fix that. Okay, let me finish off by taking you back to the Checks tab here and showing you, there we go. One last feature, if I click right here, I can actually then open up this pull request, get those same set of metrics that we saw in the main branch, but now it's against our PR. There's our vulnerability. I can click right there and dig into it a little more and find out exactly, we see that same path here. So we have app.js down to app-handler.js with 3 steps in between. Same information, just a little more ability to dig in deeper and find out exactly what's going on with that vulnerability, as well as some tips to go ahead and correct it, because that's the name of the game. All right, thank you. Happy clean coding, and we'll talk to you later. See you.
Thank you very much for being here. My name is Ikshar Ruiz. I'm from Mexico, living in Switzerland. I'm a Java champion. I work for a company, JFrog. Today's presentation is about a key part of our software development process, dependencies. We don't need to reinvent the wheel every time we want to achieve some new level of functionality or deliver software faster. We want and we do reuse software written by others every day, software dependencies. And they are an integral part of the software development cycle. They will be used at different stages: development, runtime or execution, and testing. But they are not all the same. So I'm going to present you with 2 statements and you will tell me if they are true or false. Dependencies are collections containing high-quality tested code that provides functionality that requires significant expertise to develop. True. Dependency managers like NPM have made possible that almost trivial functionality can be packaged and published. True. So these are both sides of the spectrums in terms of how the functionality provided by dependencies. So we know that there are different types of dependencies. For this super quick talk, I'm only going to mention them: framework, libraries, package, modules, and resources. And we have a very clear example in Angular, which is a platform, and React, which is a library. So they are already telling you the level of integration between different functional components and how opinionated they are. And on the other side, this is a list of NPM micro packages that are very useful. So we have discussed that there are different types of dependencies. So with this, we can also start thinking about our degree of need or dependency level. So we can create a map of what of our dependencies are crucial, important, cosmetic, easily exchanged, or superfluous. And all this will help us to define the cadence of update, the migration cost, or cleanup efforts. And these are really important during the development process and under normal circumstances when the dependencies are okay. But things go wrong, and they usually go wrong. So adding a dependency outsources the work of developing that code, designing, writing, testing, debugging, and maintaining to someone else, often the unknown programmer. And using that specific code expose our programs to all failures and flaws that there will be in our dependency. For example, in NPM in March 2016, left batch, there was a dispute between the naming, so it was unpublished. 3 hours later, NPM registry published it again and even changed its policies. In February 2018, there was a problem with NPM versions 5.7.0, and in Linux, when you run the sudo npm, it changed the ownership of the system file, so they broke the machine. In July 2018, there was the NPM credentials of a maintainer of ESLint scope were compromised. So there was a malicious release of ESLint scope in version 3.7.2, and that copies the NPM credentials of the machine that were running it and upload them. In November 2018, it was discovered that a malicious package had been added as a dependency to version 3.3.6 of EventStream. This was the flat map stream, and contained encrypted payloads that stole bitcoins from certain applications. In April 2020, a small package called isPromise made a lot of serverless application go down. In January 2022, I think you all know that the maintainer of Colors pushed changes printing garbage text in an infinite loop, and that was a problem. More recently, companies like mine, JFrog, is actually constantly updating and sending information about malicious NPM packages that have appeared. So those are from some of the most recent ones. But with all these problems, don't despair. There are tools, for example, X-Ray, which is an application security SCA tool attached to Artifactory that makes analysis of fully automated analysis on our binaries and supports all major types, and goes really deep into dependency packages containing imagers, zip files, etc. This scorecard is more for open source authors, so they can run this project, and it will assess a number of important heuristics. And it will tell you what are the areas you have to improve in your open source project, and the identify risk, etc., etc. So it's really good for the maintainers to make improvements. Here you can download. There's another really interesting article by Russ Koss about surviving software the software dependencies, where he goes into a different kind of questions about how do we treat dependencies and what are the key features that we should be looking at when deciding about going with a specific dependency or not. But truly, there is one tool at the center of all this discussion that is super important: the Universal Artifactory Management. And even before I joined JFrog, I used it and I loved it. So JFrog will give you the capabilities of publishing to the different repositories. As we saw, it has X-ray, so you're actively scanning all your binaries, deeply scanning all your binaries, getting information from the new advisories, and it helps you in management of roles. You can have as many repositories as you want, so it's really easy to separate concerns. If you want to know more about this topic, even with examples with Artifactory and X-ray, you should look into the workshop that already happened, but it's recorded. So go ahead into the webpage and look at it. Thank you very much. I'm really happy that you were here with me. I hope to see you soon.
Hi there, my name is Simon. I'm a solutions engineer at Sentry, and we'll be talking about monitoring errors and slowdowns across JS applications. Sentry is designed squarely for developers. We'll tell you when your code is slow, when it's broken, and clues on why. We're connecting the end user experience as closely as possible to the developers that make those experiences happen. With the Sentry SDK on your apps, we'll alert the necessary team members and developers when those errors and slowdowns happen. Let them make those commits and the changes to optimize that developer and customer experience. The Sentry platform is divided into these 5 pillars here. We'll be focusing on the first 3 on the left. So that's the error monitoring, performance monitoring, and release health side of Sentry. Now to get started, we would be on the Sentry documentation page. We support all major languages and frameworks. Button here to get into all of that. But pride of place, we have Node.js in the front page. To get started with that, the install on the packages that are necessary with a yarn add or npm install, and configure with Sentry init, including that DSN. So that's a data source name. It'll tell your application where to send error and transaction events to, and that's your project in Sentry. Now I've got an app here for us to take a look at together. We'll generate some transaction and some error data, and we'll take a look at how that's represented in Sentry, how it's organized by releases as well. Now to get started, we'll click into Browse Products to take a look at the available plant things to buy. And it's taking a few seconds here. We'll take a look at that slowdown momentarily, but I'm going to finish up with this user flow, added a couple items to our cart, checking out to purchase them, right? We've encountered an error, surprise, surprise, but let's take a look at how that's represented in Sentry, right? Now I've got a Slack alert set up. So in a few seconds here, we'll be notified of the error that we just triggered from that checkout process. Click into this notification with, some context behind the scenes as well of what just happened, but let's take a deeper look. So from that link, I'm taken to the who, what, when, and where of the error that we just experienced together, right? So this error, this 500 error, has happened 160 times to 60 users. Some context about its frequency over the past day, 30 days, first and last seen across releases. So that's really helpful. And also some aggregated tag information on the right over here. So we've taken all 160 times this error has happened, gotten some contextual data and heat mapped, organized it as you see here. Customer type is small plan, large, medium, enterprise. It's affecting all our users. So we want to take a deeper look into that. Now let's focus on the middle pane here. So these are the details of one of the 160 times this error has happened. We can page through to other ones, right? In any case, let's take a look at these tags. So the key value pairs for this specific occasion, Mac OS, Chrome, it was a large customer, some other details. But what we care most about at this point is probably the stack trace. Without Sentry, we'd be dealing more with this minified, not human readable stack trace. But since we've uploaded our source maps at build time, we see this very beautiful human readable stack trace, and we can take a look at the exact line of code where it happened. Looks like the response from the backend was not okay, so we can dive a little deeper into that. We've also got a timeline of activities that led up to our error, which we can filter by as well. Now, just going back to the top of this issues page, I see there's a connector to a child event. So that's our node backend. Now, clicking into that, we can see everything that we just reviewed, but now from the backend, right? The who, what, when, and where. With the stack trace as well, we've got our node stack trace, and we got an error because there was not enough inventory for our product, because the inventory item count and quantities just weren't happy together. Okay, so we can work with our backend team, figure that out. Great. So that's the first item here, error monitoring. Let's jump into performance. So going back to our front end and our performance tab, we got our web vitals right away. So that connects that end user experience to what we as developers care about and what is actionable for us. Our products transaction, which took a few seconds to load, as we noticed earlier, that list of products, it's failing on our largest contentful paint web vital. So let's dive a little deeper into that. We've got our transactions table. Look into a transaction summary of how it's been performing over the past day. We can adjust the time frame, or this is a really fun graph to work with and highlight over a specific period. But in any case, what we care about is getting into the details of a specific transaction. So clicking into that, we have the operation breakdown of what just happened, or how it's performing against our web vitals. So it's failing on that LCP, 10.6 odd seconds, over that 11.18 total transaction time. Super problematic, but a lot of the operations looking down is not taking too much time. We see this one HTTP client operation that's taking 10.5-ish seconds. So let's dive into that and look at what operations are happening, right? Here we can see that there are some database queries, some select statements that are sequential, and we can work with our backend team to figure out how to optimize that, reduce that LCP problem, and improve that transaction time. Great. So that's 2 checks off the box here. Now let's take a look at release health. So we organize our details about our projects in releases. We can sort by specific properties as well, and we support semantic versioning. Here we've organized it by 22.x releases, and we can adjust to see details about like our production environment over the past 14 days in the terms of sessions or users are available as well. In any case, once you filter according to that, we get all the details about these releases, right? So our crash-free rate in the latest version is 84%, adopted 7% of the time. That's okay. Crashes aren't too bad, but jumping into a specific one, we get the specific details about these releases. So we can organize by different series of graphs, take a look at the issues as well, and the regressed issues, unhandled ones, figure out which ones to delve into, and go back to where we started with the issues page, and also take a look at how it fits into the transactions behind the scenes as well. So in this case, 2 transactions, 2 errors, everything kind of just fits together with Sentry in the ways of going into a release, taking a look at the errors behind the scenes, and also the performance details all connected together. Great. Thank you so much for spending time with me, taking a look at these errors and slowdowns across my JS apps.
What's up, DevOps.js people? Scott Gerlach, CSO and co-founder here at Stackhawk. I hope you're having a great time learning a ton here at DevOps.js. Let's talk about Stackhawk. Quickly, Stackhawk is a dynamic application security testing tool. You can use it to test your running HTTP applications and API endpoints for security bugs and keep them from becoming vulnerable. You can use Stackhawk to run active security tests on your running REST API, GraphQL API, SOAP API, server-side application, and single-page applications. Stackhawk was built for automation and CI/CD to be part of your robust testing strategy for your application development lifecycle. It also makes finding, understanding, and fixing security bugs easy. How does Stackhawk work, you ask? Great question. Stackhawk runs active security tests against your running applications to ensure that your application is handling user input and output in a safe manner, as well as implementing OWASP Top 10 best practices for application security. We can do this against your running application on your local host, in CI/CD workflows, and against applications that have yet to be published on the internet. We also made dynamic testing fast. By placing the scanner as close to the application as possible, and by using open standards to inform the scanner, Open API Spec, GraphQL introspection queries, SOAP WSDL. In addition to the scanner tuning we've made, most StackHawk customer applications scan average around or under 10 minutes. Finding and fixing security issues is simple with StackHawk. Our focus as a company is to help developers find and, most importantly, fix security issues. The StackHawk scanner and platform are built around this simplicity model. The scanner is configured via YAML that lives with the code for the application that you're testing. When StackHawk findings are triaged, the platform is trying to give you the simplest version of the information needed to help you quickly understand what the problem is with simple descriptions and examples of patterns to help you identify the anti-pattern, be able to recreate the issue with tools like simple curl command to replay the attack, and get you into debug mode, stepping through code as fast as possible to help you fix issues and get back to your regular job of creating value for your customers. All of this is CI/CD enabled. Again, you can integrate this into your CI process and, importantly, get feedback into the CI process on scan findings. This information can be used to break a build if you choose, based on severity of untriaged findings. Most of the major CI player logos are shown here on this slide, and even if your particular one isn't, chances are pretty good StackHawk will work in your platform as long as it can run a Docker container. If you can run Docker, you can run StackHawk. You can also see here StackHawk integrates with your workflow and information tools. We can notify you of your scan results in a Slack channel, publish that information to Datadog, or send you a simple webhook message that you can then use to process and do with the data what you choose. Let's take a look at what running the StackHawk scanner looks like. As you can see here, I've got a standard server-side application. This one is a polls app that I want to test for security issues. So over here on my command line, I've got a simple Docker command that I ran. So Docker run StackHawk. I fed it the StackHawk YAML. We'll look at that in a second. As you can see, it did a standard crawl looking for all the interesting things on the web page that it could, and then it did an attack. So it actively attacked this application for potential security issues. When it was all done, we've got a summary of these findings. So I've actually got a SQL injection issue that I need to take care of. You can see that it's new. I also have a cross-site scripting issue that I've done something with before. I actually made a ticket out of this. So now it's in an assigned status. We've got a bunch of other things that we can look at as well, but let's take a look at those too. Down here at the bottom, we actually have a link to this scan. So we can actually take this link and paste it into a browser. By the way, output in a CI/CD system would look very much like this because this is the standard output. So if you did choose to break a build, you would have this same link in CI/CD output. So we can go over here to our web browser and jump right into the scan that we're looking at. We were just looking at this exact same scan. We've got this SQL injection issue that we can look at quickly. You can see that we've got a SQL injection issue. We're quickly describing what SQL injection is, how to remediate it, what it's about, and what risks it might pose to an application. We also have links to different language frameworks that show you the pattern of how to prevent SQL injection in Spring, Laravel, Django, and Rails, so that you can help identify the anti-pattern that we're looking for. Let's take a look at this particular issue here. So we can see that on the polls SQL path, we have a post method that has some kind of an issue. Over on our right-hand panel, we've got a request and response of what the scanner actually did and then came back with. So we can see that the scanner made a request here against the application and it responded in some form or fashion. We can actually see that the scanner made a case when injection here. So we could replay this if we wanted to. This is all helping you understand what the scanner is trying to do and what issue it thinks it's found. But interestingly, we've got this really cool validate button up here. As I mentioned before, this validate button gives you a curl command of exactly what the scanner did to identify this particular issue. So you can copy and replay this attack against an application. Let's take a look at that StackHawk YAML. Here you can see the code that I've used to build my polls application. Inside of this repository, I've also stored the StackHawk YAML. The StackHawk YAML is how you configure the StackHawk scanner. So you can see the important information that's in here is where do I find the application I need to test? In this case, it's running on my local machine, so localhost 8020. What environment am I in? And what is the application ID? That is the minimal amount of information you need to run a StackHawk scan against your application. There are other pieces of information that help tune the scanner to your application, such as authentication, how to handle cookies and CSRF tokens, as well as things you don't want the scanner to scan. If you wanted to add OpenAPI spec or GraphQL, minimal additional configuration is needed to make that happen, to point the scanner at those industry standard definitions of REST API and GraphQL. Now let's say we don't have time to fix this particular issue. We need to get this feature out for our customer, but we do want to fix it. So we can push this quickly to a Jira ticket. So I can send this to a Jira Cloud or Jira Data Center ticket right now from this particular screen. So I can push this issue straight out to Jira, and now I can prioritize that and bring it back out of the backlog when I'm ready to do it in the next sprint or in the next epic. As you will see, this has now turned into a triaged status issue. So when we come back here to our summary of findings, you can see that our cross-site scripting has been triaged and our SQL injections have been triaged. The next time the scanner finds these things, it will remember that you have triaged them already and it will stop trying to bring your attention to it. If you've configured builds to break, this will undo the build break mechanism and your build will continue as normal. I hope you enjoyed my talk today and perhaps learned something new about how StackHawk could be integrated into your development workflow. If you'd like to check out StackHawk and see how you can integrate it into your development process to keep pushing the limits on software development quality, you can always start a free trial at stackhawk.com, and StackHawk is always free to use on a single application. That's my time. Thanks for watching. I hope you have a great time at DevOps.js. Don't forget to tell someone thank you for the things that you learned today.
Hey, what's up, everyone? Welcome to Vultre's presentation. My name is Walter Barrow, and I'm Vultre's developer advocate. I'm here to show you all about what Vultre does, and let's just jump right into it. So what is Vultre? Well, Vultre is the infrastructure cloud. We are the largest and the fastest growing independent cloud platform. Our cloud servers have been deployed to millions of customers all across the globe to over 20 locations. We have an awesome price to performance ratio, and we serve developers, IT ops, small and medium businesses, and many brands. Here are some of them on the right-hand side. So we have 23 locations. We're independent. We have this very powerful Vultre Kubernetes engine. So if you're building an application on top of Kubernetes, rather than you dealing with the complexities of Kubernetes, let our engine deal with that and you just work on your product. We have great partnerships with Wasabi, Cloudways, Cycle.io for your cloud orchestration, and more. We have major operating systems, Windows, VZ Linux, and so much more there too. We have object storage, bare metal, block storage, and we have a very easy to use control panel. So rather than just talk about this the entire time, let me show you. So let's go over here. And when you sign up for Vultre, and don't do it yet because we're going to give you a little gift at the end to get started with Vultre. But when you sign up, you're sent to my.vultre.com, and this is what you see. This is your panel with your billing information, with our Vultre support docs. Up top here, you can control your snapshots, your backups, your Kubernetes, your load balancers, and it's really easy to get started. So just to start, I'll go here and I'll go deploy new server, and I'll click on cloud compute. I'll say my CPU is going to be AMD. I'll choose New York because I'm just outside of Manhattan, and I'll stick with Debian. Server size, that's great. I'll enable automatic backups. I want to, keep my data safe and deploy now. So in just a few clicks, I've now deployed a server on Vultre's infrastructure. So going back here, why would you choose Vultre? Well, we have load balancers. We have this API v2, which is fantastic. As I talked about, we have our Vultre Kubernetes engine, and Vultre supports open source projects. We have repos for our Terraform provider. We have repos for our Golang work, and so much more. So as I mentioned, we have flexible operating systems, but we also have one more thing. We have custom ISOs. So if you have an operating system that maybe you built from scratch, or maybe one that we don't have in-house, you're able to launch a server with that custom ISO, and I'll show you how that works too. I'll go back to cloud compute, back down here, and over here it says upload ISO. I'll click on that, and there's the upload form. It's literally just that easy. And after I upload, I'll deploy now. Oh, I have to, choose which ISO. But when you do, then it's just that easy to get started. We also have automatic backups, which I showed you, and we have this really, really, really great Vultr Marketplace, which is a one-click app marketplace that you can add any app, product, service onto your website. And I'll show you an example of that. So I'll go back here, and this here is vultr.com/marketplace. This is not on the backend panel. This is on the front-facing website. And here is our marketplace. We have everything from CyberPanel, Lightspeed, WordPress. We have ServerOne, so much. We have databases. We have CMSs. So in order to get started, I can do this on the back panel, but I can also start, let's say I wanted to start a open Lightspeed WordPress server. In literally one click, I click on deploy. It kicks me out to the control panel that you're familiar with now. And over here, it already has it highlighted for you. So in 2 clicks, 1, 2, you're ready to go. And just like that, I now have a cloud instance of WordPress and of our Debian server that we installed before. In just a few minutes, it will be done provisioning, and then I'm ready to go. So let's talk a little bit about Vultr Marketplace. You can submit your own apps, or you can use one of ours. This can be a video game, a platform, a service, an app that you're trying to build, or that you're trying to deploy to developers all around the world. The advantage of uploading it to Vultr is that you have access to all those developers as a one-click installation of your product or service. And some examples are WordPress that people use to build a website, or AzureCast, which people use to start a podcast radio station. So we also have a lot in terms of enterprise-grade networking. You can bring your own IP space, direct connect, and so much more. So as I mentioned, we have 23 locations, and there are a lot more coming. And to get started on Vultr, you can use GetNation150. Use that coupon code to start with Vultr with $150 of free credit from us to get started. And to contact us, you can email us support@vultr.com, partners@vultr.com, or if you just have general inquiries, you can email info@vultr.com. And so that's it. Don't forget to try Vultr with this $150 free credit, GetNation150. And thanks so much, and we hope that you give Vultr a shot. Thanks.
That was some terrific talks by our amazing speakers. I hope you all enjoyed a lot and learned a lot. So, and if you have any questions to the speaker, again, just reminding to write them down in the Discord channel, DevOps-talk-Q&A, and our speakers will reply to you there. And let's start. I would like to thank our sponsor, JFrog. So JFrog provides an end-to-end hybrid universal DevOps platform to enable organizations to continuously deliver secure software updates and is the critical bridge between developers and deployments. Learn more at jfrog.com. So now that we have done this lightning talks, there is a 10-minute, we are going for a short break so that you can process the information and grab some coffee if you'd like. After the break, you can go and participate in the security discussion room with Feroz. You can check this in the timeline on our website, and make sure to come back soon and watch the other talks.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTel has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
if I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTel has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vulture, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vulture today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500.
Okay, good to be back. I hope you enjoyed your short break and got to take care of a few small things before we get back into the rest of the program. We'd like to remind you that in the spatial chat and in the discussion rooms, the security discussion is going on right now. So find the link in the timeline and definitely take part in that. And as always, we like to thank our sponsors who make it all possible. So Sonar empowers developers to deliver clean code with open source and commercial code analyzers, SonarLint, Sonar Cloud, SonarCube, supporting JavaScript, TypeScript, and 27 other languages. So check it out. Thank you so much, Sonar, for your support of our event. I have to say I'm very excited for the next talk. Roy Tal from Firefly and also from the TLV community will be talking about CDK. And what it means for the world of IAC. Roy himself is a cloud and DevOps enthusiast, and I can vouch for this firsthand. He's very active in the cloud native and DevOps community in Tel Aviv. And he likes to build tools that make infrastructure operations better for everyone. So that's exciting. Before we invite Roy to join me on stage, Roy wants to know which IAC you all are using. What's the one that you use on a daily basis? AWS CloudFormation, AWS CDK, Terraform, Pulumi, or something else? Something homegrown. And now I want to remind you that Roy is with us and he's here to answer any questions. So make sure to drop your questions in DevOps Talk Q&A. And let's give Roy a huge round of applause and welcome him to the stage to do his talk. It's all yours. Go for it, Roy.
Hey everyone, I'm Roy, and today I'm going to talk to you about AWS CDK and what does it mean for the world of infrastructure as code using AWS CDK. So today I'm an engineering team leader at Firefly, and what we do at Firefly is to take your entire cloud footprint along with your Kubernetes clusters infrastructure, and on the other end to take your infrastructure as code, if it's CDK or even Terraform, Pulumi, CloudFormation, and even Helm, and to combine them and to show you a merged inventory that shows your entire cloud asset footprint in the means of your infrastructure as code. So also, as you can see, I like schnitzels, Call of Duty, and infrastructure as code. I guess the same as all of you. What is actually CDK and what is the huge hype about CDK? So when I was visiting the last AWS reInvent, I couldn't stop noticing that everyone is asking about CDK. They asked how to start working with CDK and in what languages. They wanted to know how they migrate their old CloudFormation stacks into CDK stacks. And I think that with all this question, I started investigating as part of what we do at Firefly, which is to use the best infrastructure as code and to supply our customers the best infrastructure as code. And after a quick run over CDK, I discovered an amazing new tool by AWS that you must be familiar with, and an even easier way to migrate your CloudFormation into CDK. So what is actually CDK? CDK, aka Cloud Development Kit, is a concept, not only by Amazon, also by Kubernetes, and also by Terraform themselves. CDK means that you're not using any config language to create your infrastructure as code, such as JSONs, HCLs, and even YAMLs, but you're using coding languages. In the AWS CDK, they only now support TypeScript, of course, and JavaScript. TypeScript, by the way, is the language that it was written in, so it works best in TypeScript, but also JavaScript, Python, and even Golang. Besides, CDK is the CloudFormation successor. CDK is the brand new, fully oriented AWS tool to create resources with, and it's much better than CloudFormation in, let's say, three major points. The first one is that CloudFormation is messy. If you're going to write lots of resources, because of its super explicit way or approach even, CloudFormation is going to be a super huge YAML or JSON, depends on your benefit, but it's gonna, if you have much resources, it's gonna be a heavy file and not so likable to work with. And also, if you're gonna create relations in your CloudFormation, it's gonna be a hell because it's making it super messy, super buggy, and not even understandable for anyone that doesn't roll it. CDK solves all of these nodes because CDK uses classes and variables such as any other coding language to create the resources with it. Also, another major point is the multi-regional way of working with CloudFormation. As you already know, CloudFormation does not support multi-regional. And if you want to deploy your CloudFormation stack in multiple regions, you'll need to use StackSet, a kind of a patch that AWS wrote to deploy one CloudFormation stacks in multiple regions. With CDK, it's basically solved because CDK supports stacked out of the code. You can create as much stacks as you can inside your code and just deploy them one by one into each region you wish. Also, CDK is basically now the native experience of AWS, which means that it's not only 100% AWS orient, it's the only thing you can write with CDK is basically AWS, so it's not fit to any other providers. It's full AWS service, so it means it works best with AWS and only AWS. Even more than this, as I already said, CDK supports multiple languages. The most typical one is TypeScript, but you can write also JavaScript and much more languages with it, which is amazing because basically, if you think about it, you can write one repo, put in this repo your already existing coding or programming functions. On the other hand, you can put in the same repo your infrastructure as code, such as in CDK. And then if you, let's say, deploy an instance with some code, you can define the instance itself in the same repo, which is basically a branding amazing way to work with infrastructure as code. So how does CDK work? CDK turns code into CloudFormation stacks. which basically means that AWS wrote CDK on top of the old CloudFormation mechanism. You're going to write it in each language you wish, as we already described, and you're going to write constructs, which means like creating an SQS resource or creating an S3 bucket resource or an instance resource, for example. After writing this in these resources, you're going to use the command CDK synth, which is basically a dry run of what you already wrote, and it will generate automatically the CloudFormation template that described exactly the resources you wrote in any other coding language you used. So creating the CDK synth created a template, and then following that, you're going to use CDK deploy to deploy the stacks by actually creating CloudFormation stacks with this template inside, and creating out of the stacks the resources on your AWS specified region or regions, for example. Deploying will create two artifacts. One, an S3 bucket files that run the state, let's say, of your CDK code. If it saves the resources that were created, the changes that it made, and you can track over there and see the state of the lately deployed stack. Besides, it's going to create the CloudFormation stack itself, which creates the resources out of it into your cloud. So who should use CDK and when? It's a pretty typical question, because the who is basically everyone that uses AWS, because CDK is the 100% oriental way to approach, let's say, to create infrastructure as code over Amazon. And especially CloudFormation users that wish to migrate the CloudFormation old stacks into CDK. It's going to be a pretty easy process to go through, and we'll do it in the example following that. Another group is like any DevOps or SRE teams that are working with AWS. And besides, if you can think about it, even your developers can use CDK, because now it's not like a knowledge you need to experience with YAMLs or config. It's just coding, the same as any other programmatic coding you do. And besides, all of the infrastructure code users who work over AWS, it's best to work with CDK. When is I think every time, because if you're already using any infrastructure as code, it's always a good way and always a good time to start working with the tool that is officially working with AWS. And besides, if you're a CloudFormation user, then you needed to do it yesterday, basically, because CDK will, let's say, spare you lots of suffer and hardship working with CloudFormation. The pros and cons about working with CDK, I think the pros are pretty straightforward, and we already talked about them. It's the support of multiple languages. It doesn't require any config language, the multi-regional benefit, and the AWS orientation that is basically built in. Who should not use CDK? Not using CDK is, in my opinion, when you only use, instead of working with only AWS as your provider, you use multiple providers, let's say Datadog and Auth0. If you're working with more than one provider, as we said, because CDK is the AWS tool, you need to work with another infrastructure as code language. And at this point, it gets a bit messy. So if you're working with AWS, I think the best approach is to use CDK, but besides, you should think about it and maybe use one of the other solutions for working with infrastructure as code instead, maybe Terraform or Pulumi or any third party that doesn't stick into one cloud specifically. At this part, I'm going to show you a bit about how to migrate your CloudFormation into CDK, and besides, how to create resources with your new CDK stack. So as you can see here, I demonstrate a pretty basic stack that creates a CDK resources, and alongside includes an old CloudFormation stack that I already deployed on AWS before, and now I want to migrate it into my CDK project. The stack, as you can see, contains an instance, a basic instance that doesn't do too much, but already deployed on my AWS account. And at this point, I will need to migrate it into my CDK. Alongside, I created an S3 bucket and an SQS queue, that both of them are newly resources that created inside my CDK stack. by running the basic command cdk synth, I'm basically planning this into my S3 bucket and creating a plan of the dry run of what we're going to deploy soon. After the plan finished, I can just run cdk deploy. And in a heartbeat, these three resources, alongside the already migrated CloudFormation stack, are going to be deployed through a new CloudFormation stack that is described by my CDK stack in this code. You can see it in my AWS account that when I create a stack, it has three resources inside. The example instance that was migrated from the CFT stack that I imported, and also the bucket I configured and the queue I created newly. After doing these three, I basically can just create another includes as much as I can and also create new resources alongside. And I have here my first TypeScript CDK project. So this is basically the entire CDK hello world. And I think that the two key takeaways you should consider after this talk is the first one, CDK is a rising and amazing technology that will probably be the best tool to manage infrastructure as code over AWS soon, if not even now, and you should consider working with it. The second one is that each day you're using CloudFormation is a waste, and you should totally consider working with CDK. And as you can see, the importing of all CloudFormation is super easy. So I think you should basically work with CDK at this point. Thank you all. I was Roy, and this is my mail. Feel free to contact me with each question you have regarding if it's YAC, infrastructure as code, or AWS management. And let's keep in touch. Thanks.
That was a good one. Yes, CDK, super exciting, just landed. So great talk, Roy. I'd like to invite Roy to the stage and check out the Slido responses that actually are not surprising at all. So welcome, Roy.
Hey, Sharona.
Maybe a little bit more surprising than I thought. I mean, I knew that Terraform would be the large majority, but 76%. And 0%, a big zero on CDK. So it's very, very new, I'm guessing.
Yeah, well, it's not even surprising because I knew that Terraform is going to be the major here, and the 0% of CDK just showing us how much CDK is new and is not still being fully fulfilled of its potential.
Yeah, it's not well adopted yet. But what's actually interesting is take a look at that. Number 2 is other. So I wonder what that is, like homegrown tools. Folks, feel free to drop in the chat in the Discord what the other is. Let's find out what other tools you're using besides Terraform and say like the other ones that are on the list. And that AWS CloudFormation is more popular than Pulumi actually did surprise me as well. Felt like people had moved on from CloudFormation once Terraform and Pulumi were around. So that's interesting. All right, cool. Those are our results, but I'm waiting to hear what folks have to say about their other. Oh, here, I see Pulumi's rising now. So, okay, I take it back. And other has gone down a little bit, but I really do want to know what that other is. It's very intriguing to me. Yeah, so let's take a second and see what the community has to ask and what they want to know. So first and foremost, I guess one thing.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan.
I'm a top-tier freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating.
I'm a top-tier freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
if I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTel has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vulture, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vulture today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
if I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTel has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vulture, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vulture today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTel has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
if I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTel has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities.
Always
so really great having. Yeah. Okay, so that was talk straight out of Tel Aviv, just like where I'm from. So good job, Roy. Next up, Metin is taking over as MC.
Yeah. Yes, thanks, Sharon, for introducing me. I wanted to remind you that you can still win the Git Nation Multipass. We have a few more hours to go before the conference ends, and at the end of the day, we are going to be raffling out this Git Nation Multipass. So use the hashtag use the hashtag DevOps.js on Twitter. Show us a photo of your setup and let us know how you're enjoying the conference. And yeah, maybe you will be the lucky winner of the Git Nation Multipass. I want to thank one of our sponsors, Microsoft, for helping us organize and finance this event. Microsoft Azure DevOps enables you to build, test, and deploy any application to any cloud on-premises. So thanks a lot, Microsoft, for helping us out. Much appreciated. And maybe you got inspired here today and you see some amazing techniques that you want to work with. Well, probably you can do so at one of the jobs we have lined up for you from our sponsors. If you are interested in looking at what's out there, you can do so at DevOps.jsconf.com/jobs. So be sure to check it out, and be sure to check out the perks that our sponsors have lined up for you. There's a lot of great stuff you can win. So be sure to check it out at /perks. And now, a really special moment, because we have Feroz joining us. Feroz is an amazing speaker, and well, his talk is going to maybe scare you a little bit. He's going to be talking about security, and I have to tell you, it's a bit scary what he's going to be talking about to me. To me, it's a bit scary. But I hope you will enjoy it and be inspired to take a look at what's going on in your Node modules. If you don't know Feroz yet, he is the author of hundreds of open source packages. He is behind the WebTorrent protocol. He created standard.js. Well, if I wanted to list everything that he's done, we'll be here for 2 more hours, and then we can start his talk. Really important figure in the open source community. So we're really, truly honored to have him speaking with us here today. Feroz wants you to answer his question on Slido. So go to slide.do and enter the code 2524 and answer his question. If an open source package your team uses was infected by a software supply chain attack today, do you have a process that would detect and block it? Yes, no, or you don't know. Let us know on Slido and we'll view the results right after Feroz's talk. So now you can go to the DevOps Talk Q&A channel and give him a big round of applause. And if during the talk you have any questions, you can do it in the same channel. So Feroz, let's go. The stage is yours.
Hello and welcome. Thanks for coming to my talk. It's a jungle out there. What's really going on inside your Node modules folder? My name is Feroz and I'm an open source maintainer. I started WebTorrent, which is a peer-to-peer file transfer protocol, and standard.js, a linter that catches bugs and enforces code style. I've been doing open source since 2014 and have created over 100 NPM packages. In the past, I volunteered on the Node.js board of directors, and I also teach a class on web security at Stanford University. Now I'm the founder of a startup called Socket, which helps protect the open source ecosystem. Before we get started, let me tell you a story. On January 13th, 2012, over 10 years ago, a developer named Faisal Salman published a new project to GitHub. It was called UA Parser.js, and it parsed user agent strings. Now, lots of people found this project useful, and so over the next 10 years, Faisal continued to develop the package, along with the help from many open source contributors. He published 54 versions as the package grew in popularity. It eventually grew to 7 million downloads per week, eventually being used by nearly 3 million GitHub repositories. Now, let me tell you a different story. On October 5th, 2021, on a notorious Russian hacking forum, this post appeared. A hacker was offering to sell the password to an NPM account that controlled a package with over 7 million weekly downloads. His asking price was $20,000 for this password. Now, this is where the two stories intersect. 2 weeks later, UA Parser.js was compromised, and 3 malicious versions were published. Malware was added to these packages that would execute immediately whenever anyone installed one of the compromised versions. So now let's take a look at what that malware does. So this is the package.json file for the compromised version, and you'll see that it uses a pre-install script. So this means that this command will run automatically anytime this package is installed. So now let's look at what that script does. So the first thing you'll see is that it splits based on the operating system of the target. On Mac, nothing happens, which is lucky for Mac users, but Windows and Linux users aren't so lucky, and you'll see here that command prompt is spawned for each of these platforms using childprocess.exec. So now let's take a look at what that preinstall.sh script does. The very first line fetches the user's country and figures out whether the user is coming from Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, or Kazakhstan, and stores that in a variable. Now, if the user comes from one of those countries, then the script exits without doing anything further. However, if you come from any other country, then the script proceeds to download an executable file from this IP address, mark that file as executable, and then run it. And now based on these command line flags, you can see here that this program is a Monero miner, which is going to be used to mine the Monero cryptocurrency for the attacker. Now this is the script on Windows. It's very similar. So it starts off with downloading that same or similar Monero miner, but it also downloads a DLL file as well and runs that. And then here you can see it just starting up the Monero miner and registering the DLL file on Windows. Now, what does this extra DLL file do? Well, it steals passwords from over 100 different programs on the Windows machine, as well as all the passwords in the Windows credential manager. So yikes, this is a really nasty piece of malware, and anyone unlucky enough to run this lost all their passwords and had to do kind of a complete reset of their online accounts. Not a fun time. So this is kind of the aftermath. So this package was published for about 4 hours, and the open source community was pretty diligent and reported it, and the maintainer was also quite diligent. And so anyone who happened to install it during the 4-hour window was compromised, but it was removed relatively quickly. Any software builds done in projects without using a lock file were compromised, and anyone who was unlucky enough to update to this new version of the package, or maybe who merged a bot PR to update to this new version during this time, would have also been compromised. So this was big news in the JavaScript world, and I'm guessing that you may have already heard about this attack, but this is really just the tip of the iceberg. So we've been tracking packages that are removed from NPM for security reasons, and we've seen over 700 packages removed for security reasons in just the last 30 days. And I think this trend is accelerating as attackers take advantage of the open ecosystem and the trust that maintainers have for each other, and the sort of liberal contribution policies that we've all sort of adopted in the modern open source era. So I think 2022 will be the year of supply chain security, as the awareness of this issue is now coming to the fore. So one question you might ask is, why is this happening now? I want to start by just pointing out that what we're trying to do here is kind of crazy. We're trying to download code from the internet written by unknown individuals that we haven't read, that we execute with full permissions on our laptops and our servers, where we keep our most important data. So this is what we're doing every day when we use npm install. And I just have to say really quickly that, I personally think it's a miracle that this system works, and that it's continued to mostly work for this long. It's a testament, I think, to how good most people are, but unfortunately, not everyone is good. So let's dive into why this is happening now. The first reason is that 90% of your app's code comes from open source. So we're really standing on the shoulders of giants. And open source is the reason why we can get an app off the ground in hours and days instead of weeks or months. And it's the reason that we don't need to be an expert in cryptography or in time zones or the virtual DOM to build a powerful modern web app. It's also the reason why your node modules folder is one of the heaviest objects in the universe. Another reason is that we have lots and lots of transitive dependencies. The way that we write software has changed. We use dependencies a lot more liberally. And so installing even a single dependency often leads to many, many transitive dependencies that come in as well. a 2019 paper at the Usenix conference actually found that installing an average NPM package introduces an implicit trust on 79 third-party packages and 39 maintainers, creating a surprisingly large attack surface. And so what we have here is a visualization that my team at Socket created that shows you what Webpack looks like if you kind of go into the node modules folder and really look at what's inside. So each gray box here represents a package, and each purple box represents a file or files inside of a package. And so as you take away each layer of the dependency tree, you'll see that you just keep finding more and more packages nested inside the top level package, until you eventually get down to the bottom here. But this is just an insane number of files and just a lot of modules flying around here. The next reason is that no one really reads the code. There are some people who do. By and large, people don't look at the code that they're executing on their machines. One big reason is that NPM really doesn't make this very easy. If you go to the package page for UA Parser.js and you click on the Explore tab here, you'll see that you can't even see the files of this package. So people have to resort to clicking the GitHub link and going and checking GitHub and hoping that the code on GitHub matches the code that's on NPM, which is not necessarily true. But that's okay. That's okay. We can rely on Linus's law that given enough eyeballs, all bugs are shallow. So if there is a security issue in a package or malware in a package, we can rely on others to find it, right? But if everyone does that, then who is finding the malware? And so maybe this is the reason why, on average, a malicious package is available for 209 days before it's publicly reported. This comes from a research paper by Ohm et al. So that's 209 days during which the wrong NPM command can end extremely badly. And I find this number personally very shocking. A 2021 paper at NDSS, a prestigious security conference, also found similar results, including that 20% of these malware persist in package managers for over 400 days and have more than 1,000 downloads. And the fourth reason is that popular tools give a false sense of security. A lot of popular tools scan for known vulnerabilities. So in 2022, I believe this is no longer sufficient. We can't just scan for known vulnerabilities and stop there. And yet that's what the most popular supply chain security products do, leaving you vulnerable. The thing is, it can take weeks or months for a CVE or a known vulnerability to be discovered, reported, and detected by tools. And so it's just not fast enough. So it may be worth taking a minute here to just quickly distinguish between known vulnerabilities and malware because they're very different. Vulnerabilities are accidentally introduced by maintainers, by the good guys, and they have varying levels of risk. So sometimes it's okay to intentionally ship a known vulnerability to production if it's low impact. Even if you have vulnerabilities in production, they may not be discovered or exploited before you update to a fixed version. So you have some time to address these kinds of issues, usually. Now, malware, on the other hand, is quite different. Malware is intentionally introduced into a package by an attacker, almost never the maintainer, and it will always end badly if you ship malware to production. You don't have a few days or weeks to mitigate the issue. You need to really catch it before you install it on your laptop or on a production server. But in today's culture of fast development, a malicious dependency can be updated and merged in a very short amount of time. And so unfortunately, this leads to increased risk of supply chain attacks because the quicker you update your dependencies, the fewer eyeballs that have had a chance to look at the code. And so I really think we need a new approach to detect and to block malicious dependencies. But before we get into that, let's look a little deeper into how a supply chain attack actually works and the mechanics of it. So we downloaded every package on NPM and we spent a few weeks poking around. The download was 100 gigs of metadata and 15 terabytes of package tarballs. And as we poked around this metadata and all these packages, we noticed a few trends in the types of attacks we saw. So I'm going to go over these attacks. These are what we found. So there are attack vectors, which is sort of how the attacker tricks you and gets you to run their code in the first place. And then there are attack tactics, which are what the attack code actually does, or the techniques that the attacker uses to get their code, or to hide their code. So let's talk about attack vectors. The first and the most common attack vector is typo squatting. So typo squatting is when a package publishes, an attacker publishes a package which has a very similar name to a legitimate and popular package. And so you can see here, there are two packages here with very similar names, and one of these is malware and one of these is the real package. But I would guess that it would be hard for you to know that without actually cracking open these packages to see what's inside. So let's open up the malware package and take a look at what it's doing. So you can see here, again, it's using an install script, which is a very common technique that malware uses. And if you open up this install script to look at the code, you'll find that the file is heavily obfuscated. But I can tell you, even without knowing exactly what this code is doing, you can bet this is not something that you want to run on your machine. The next attack vector that we saw is called dependency confusion. So this is pretty closely related to typo squatting. Dependency confusion happens when a company publishes packages to an internal NPM registry and uses a name that hasn't been taken yet on the public NPM registry. And so later, an attacker can come along and register a package with the same name as the public version and confuse internal tools, so that internal tools will accidentally install the public version. So this is why it's called a dependency confusion attack. So looking through the recently deleted NPM packages, we were able to find a bunch of likely dependency confusion attacks, and most of these packages had malicious code in them. So all these packages have names which appear to conflict with internal company package names. And you can see here a whole bunch of different organizations, including governments, were affected by this. And here are a bunch more, clearly targeting these specific companies here in this list. And finally, the third vector that we see a lot is hijacked packages. So these are the ones that you usually see in the news quite a lot. So criminals and thieves finding ways to infiltrate our communities and infect popular packages. Once they infect a popular package, once they get control of it and they can publish to it, they'll steal credentials or install backdoors or abuse compute resources for cryptocurrency mining. These happen for various reasons. So sometimes it's because a maintainer chooses a weak password or reuses a password, or maybe the maintainer gets malware on their laptops. This is also kind of not helped by the fact that NPM doesn't enforce 2FA for all accounts currently, although they are starting to enforce this for the most popular accounts. And finally, sometimes maintainers just get tricked and give access to a malicious actor. This is partially just due to the fact that maintainers are overworked, and when someone offers a helping hand, it's sometimes hard to say no to the help. So this is also a big a vector as well. So now let's talk about some attack tactics. So what does this attack code actually do? So as we mentioned, install scripts are a huge vector. Most malware is in install scripts. And so this is a quote from a paper we mentioned earlier. So most malicious packages, actually 56%, start their routines upon installation, which might be due to poor handling of arbitrary code during install. In the NPM package manager, packages are allowed to just say, hey, when this package is installed, we want to run some code. And so unfortunately, though, install scripts do have some legitimate uses, so we can't just disable them. It's not an easy problem to solve. So let's take a look at another example of an install script. You'll see it right here in the package.json file. Super common. So the next is privileged API usage. So we see packages accessing the network, accessing the file system, and accessing environmental variables. This is very, very common because when an attacker runs code, what they want to do usually is steal some secrets, and they need the network to exfiltrate those secrets. So this is a typical example of malware that does that. So you can see here that it's making an HTTP request to an IP address, and it's sending some data. The data it happens to be sending is process.env, which contains all the environment variables in the environment. And then here is actually another file that it includes, which is a different exfiltration technique that uses DNS instead of HTTP. So the way this works is it creates a DNS resolver, and then it does it gathers the environment variables, and then it does a DNS lookup with those variables as the subdomain. So it's just another way to get the data out of the system. And finally, we have obfuscated code. So we took a look at an example of this earlier. So obfuscated code like this is just, obviously it's really hard to see at a glance what it's doing, although there are tools to attempt to unobfuscate code like this. But there's also another kind of obfuscation, which is attackers can publish different code to NPM than they do on GitHub. And so, when they do that, as I mentioned earlier, NPM doesn't make it easy to see what code is actually in the NPM package. And so a lot of people who are trying to evaluate a package will rely on the code that's on GitHub, and there's no guarantee that that code is the same. Okay, so now let's talk about how you can protect your app. So, we asked ourselves this question, when we were working on, my company was working on a product called Wormhole, which lets you share files with end-to-end encryption. And our goal was to try to build the most secure and private way to send files. So, we did all the usual security things that we could think about. We thought about security early in the design process. We wrote tests, we enforced code reviews, and we were pretty thoughtful about the dependencies that we chose to use. But, we still felt like we could do better. And so we started thinking really carefully about this problem and what we could do to make it better. So the first kind of thing I recommend is that you can just try choosing better dependencies. If you ship code to production, you are ultimately responsible for it. And as an industry, I think we need a mindset shift here, because people assume that they can just install stuff from the internet and that it's going to be safe. And it's not necessarily true. And if you're shipping code to production that includes open source code, then really ultimately that code is part of your app. And so you are ultimately responsible for the behavior of that code. And the most popular open source license, the MIT license, actually literally says this in the license. It says that the open source code is provided as is with no warranty of any kind, and in no event shall the author be liable for any claim, damages, or liability. And so, while this is legally true, most people don't think of their open source this way, and I think we really do need a mindset shift. The other thing is very few of us actually read the code that we're shipping to production, and so we rely on other heuristics to help pick dependencies. So maybe we look at, does the code get the job done? Does it have an open source license? Does it have good docs? Does it have lots of downloads and GitHub stars? Does it have recent commits? Does it have types? And does it have tests? And we're not really cracking open the code to go much beyond this. So what that means is that we're sort of not aware of what the code may be doing. And so we built a tool at Socket to help with this problem. So you can quickly at a glance get an idea of the security of a package. And so this is what it looks like. So you can go to Socket and look up packages to figure out what behavior the package has. And so in this example here, you can see that this package contains install scripts, and that's called out very prominently on the page. So it's the first thing that you see. And this package also happens to contain binary, or native code, which means that it's not easy to audit the code. It's not like human readable. And so both of these issues are called out. And in this case, it's not necessarily. This is not a supply chain attack by any means, but it is nice that this is called out very prominently so that you can make an informed decision if you want to use this package or not. You can also see that we have very helpful quality scores that show up at the top of the page as well. Now let's take a look at another example. So this package here, Angular Calendar, is quite a useful package. It's a calendar component that shows up on the page and renders a little calendar. But if you dig into its dependencies, you'll actually find that some of its dependencies are doing quite invasive things. So here you'll see that one of its dependencies contains install scripts. It also runs shell scripts and accesses the file system and accesses the network. So this is probably not something that you would expect a web component to be doing. And so it may be worth a little bit of further investigation to figure out what's going on here before you use this package. The other thing that we do that's quite cool is we can highlight when packages do these things and put that directly in line in the code. So in this package here, I opened it up to take a look at the files, and I could see here that the module is accessing the network as well as accessing environment variables. And I can see the exact lines where the package is doing each of these things. And so it makes it a little bit easier to get an idea of what a package is doing before you run it. So if you want to research packages on Socket before you use them, this is the URL you can use, and I highly recommend you take a look at some packages there and use that information to make an informed decision before you select a package. Okay, the other thing you can do is think about updating your dependencies at the right cadence. So what do I mean by this? So there's a question about like how quickly you should update your dependencies. And this is actually a question we struggled with on our team as well. So if you can think of it as, should we update slowly or should we update really, really quickly and aggressively? If you update too slowly, you're exposed to known vulnerabilities. And you're running code that's old and that may have issues, may have some bugs that have been fixed in the newer version. And so there's some downsides to updating too slowly. On the other hand, if you update too quickly, you expose yourself to supply chain attacks because you're now running code that may have been published, literally yesterday or in the last couple of days, which means that you haven't had that many eyeballs able to look at the code. And so, as you think about security, you have to balance, this trade-off, and there really is no perfect solution here. It's just a hard problem. Another idea is to audit every dependency. So, if you're building a truly security critical application, like we were doing with Wormhole, then one option is to literally read every line of code of your dependencies. So if we again put this on an axis of starting from full audit on the one hand, reading every line of code, to YOLOing on the other hand, and by YOLOing I mean like doing nothing. How closely should you audit your dependencies? And what you see here is we're in the same situation. We have trade-offs and really no good solutions. So doing a full audit is something that only the biggest and richest companies seem to do in practice. It's a lot of work. Usually you need to have a security team looking at every one of these packages, and they also have to approve them one at a time and add them to an allow list, which is really slow, and this is expensive just because of the time and the effort that it takes. On the other hand, doing nothing and just installing whatever you want without even looking at the code has its downsides. So it means that you're vulnerable to supply chain attacks. It's risky, and a breach or bad security press is also can be expensive, especially as regulators start to crack down on this issue more. And so this is another difficult trade-off. What do you do? And most teams, I think, err on the side of doing nothing, but I think this is just a hard problem. So one thing that we tried to do when we were building Wormhole is to sort of think about a happy medium. Is there a way to use automation to kind of do something in the middle? And so what we want to do, and what we ended up doing, is using automation to automatically evaluate all of our dependencies. So we could use static analysis to look through packages to try to find malware, hidden code, typo squatting attacks, and this kind of thing. And that way we could manually audit only the most suspicious packages. So we could spend our limited team resources looking at the code for the most suspicious packages, and that's the most high impact way that we could spend our time. And so this seems much better to me than an all or nothing approach, where you either audit everything or you just hope for the best and look at nothing. And then the other thing we wanted to do is make sure that the security information was shown directly in pull requests, so that the developers on our team were empowered to solve the security issues that they saw before they deployed into production. So what does this actually look like? So this is the bot that we created. It's implemented as a GitHub app that you can install on your GitHub repository. And whenever it sees that the package JSON file or the yarn.lock file has been modified, it will take a look at the new dependency that's been added, and it will run a full health report against that dependency. And if there's any issues found in it, it will leave a comment with whatever the issue is that was discovered. And so that way the developer reviewing the pull request can look at it and have their attention drawn to this potential issue. In this screenshot here, you can see that I accidentally installed the package browser list instead of browsers list, which is actually a very easy mistake to make. And for that reason, browser list, the typo package actually has something like 700,000 downloads a year. So this is really, really helpful. This is the kind of thing that augments your review process, and it's very low cost since it only raises issues that that are really worth your attention, and it runs automatically. So if you want to actually try this app out, we've actually published it for anyone to use. It's free, so you can install our GitHub app by just going to socket.dev. I recommend you give it a try and let me know what you think. It has a bunch of cool features. So it actually can block typo squats, which as I just showed you earlier, but also can block malware, detect hidden code, detect privileged API usage. Such as the use of file system, network, child process, etc. And also it can detect suspicious updates. So these are updates that significantly change the package's behavior. So we have a whole bunch of things we look for in packages. We actually have 70 detections in 5 different categories. So we have supply chain risk, quality, maintenance, known vulnerabilities, and license. And we wrote, basically, these are just all static analysis rules that we wrote. You can kind of think of this as a linter in a way. So it's sort of looking at the package's code and then looking for these different problems. We tried to focus all of the rules on problems which are something that you as a user of the package really want to know about, and not things that require a lot of knowledge of the internals of the package. So the things that it finds need to be actionable to you as the developer choosing to use this package. And so that's what we tried to do in our rule development here. So yeah, if you want to try this out, if you want to poke around our website and look at these different issues, you can try it out at socket.dev. We have made it free for open source forever. And if you have a private repo, it's free while we're in beta. And I really do want people to give this a shot and share their feedback with us, because this supply chain security problem is big and only getting bigger. And I really do want the community to share their feedback with me on this. And I think together we can really do a good job improving supply chain security in 2022 and making 2022 not the year that the supply chain is destroyed, but rather the year that it's protected better than ever. So please share your feedback with me. There's my email and my Twitter. And also, we're hiring at Socket if you're interested in working on this project and helping to secure the software supply chain. Thanks for your time.
Ooh, scary stuff. I hope everyone feels safe, but maybe they will feel safer after installing Socket. I want to take a moment to look at the poll results. So for us, if you can join me on stage, then we can have a look. And wow, well, hey, thanks for joining. So the question was, if one of your packages has a supply chain attack today, do you have a process that will detect and block it? And 40% unfortunately says no. 33% said 33% doesn't know, and 27% says yes. Well, really happy that 1/3 roughly says yes, or maybe a quarter. Was this what you were expecting?
I wonder what process they're using. Maybe they installed Socket during the talk, and maybe they went and added it to their GitHub repos to get protected, or maybe they're using some other process like a vulnerability scanner, and maybe, because I think maybe you'll ask me about this, but there's a little bit sometimes confusion between vulnerability scanning and looking for supply chain attacks. So maybe that's, but who knows, maybe they have a process, I'm not sure. Yeah, it was a little bit surprising.
Yeah, Well, let's see in like a month or maybe two, when people have had the chance to implement Socket, how many people will still be answering no. So we're gonna jump into the audience.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Company.
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
And when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTel has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
if I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTel has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vulture, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vulture today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I'm a TopTal freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vulture, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vulture today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Speaker. Oh, you don't have a speaker room. Sorry. You can't. Sorry. So for us, thanks. Thanks a lot for joining.
Just message me on Twitter. Message me on Twitter or email me. I love to hear from people. I'm very I'll respond if you email me.
All right, that's good to hear. So you heard it here first. If you want to continue the conversation, you can do so on this website with the Bluebird. Thanks a lot for joining us, and hope to see you again soon.
Thanks, Mateen. Bye.
All right, everyone. That's it for me. I'm going to hand it over to Anurada. Bye-bye.
Cool. So after this terrific talk, and before moving ahead, we would like to thank our wonderful silver partners, Stream, HackerJob, and Cloudsmith. And of course, our media partners. Thank you so much for sharing the word about DevOps.js Conference. And our media partners are CodeStacker and Leonidas Esteban. Thank you so much. And now to our next talk. So I would like to welcome our next speaker, Zoltan. He works on a dependency management at bit.dev, and he is lead maintainer of PNPM, which is also an open source package manager for JavaScript. And today he will be talking about PNPM, a fast disk space efficient package manager for JavaScript. And you are going to learn all about it and its advantages over NPM and Yarn. But before we move to the talk, Zoltan has a question for you all. So go ahead to your Slido, 2524 is the code, and answer this question. How are files from the content addressable store linked to node modules? Your options are using symlinks or using hard links. Go ahead, put out your answers, and we are going to discuss the results after the talk is done. With that, give a big round of applause to Zoltan. And also, if you have any question throughout the talk, do not forget to answer your questions in the DevOps-talk-Q&A chat.
Hello, my name is Zoltan Kochan, and today I'm going to talk about PNPM, which is a fast disk space efficient package manager. Before that, let me introduce myself. I'm Zoltan Kochan. I was born and raised in Ukraine. Currently live in Ukraine as well. For now, I'm safe. I work remotely for Bit. Bit is a company that helps developers do component-based development. Before Bit, I worked for Just Answer for 9 years. And in the meanwhile, since 2016, I'm constantly developing and maintaining PNPM. Before talking about PNPM, let's briefly talk about other JavaScript package managers. The most popular Node.js or JavaScript package manager is NPM, which is the official package manager of the NPM registry. It is shipped by Node.js. And in the past, NPM had a lot of issues, like it was slow, it was undeterministic, it was giving funny results sometimes, so some alternatives were created. One of the alternatives was created by Facebook. You probably heard about Yarn, which is the second most popular package manager after NPM. It is now maintained by the community, and it did solve a lot of the issues that NPM had in version 3 and I think version 4. Since then, in V2, Yarn has switched to use plug and play by default. So even though it does support classic node modules installation, now it prefers and recommends to use plug and play, which many love and many hate. I personally think it's a cool feature. And Yarn is currently shipped with the latest version of Node.js through the Core Pack tool. And the third most popular package manager is PNPM. It is a completely indie project. It was created by open source contributors to fix the issues of NPM version 3 at the same time as Yarn 2. So and PNPM is not like a new project. It exists since Yarn exists, basically. And now it is supported by Bit because I work at Bit, and PNPM is heavily used in the Bit CLI for package management, and PNPM as well is shipped with Node.js through the core pack feature of Node.js. If we compare these package managers by popularity, obviously NPM is currently the most popular one, then Yarn, and PNPM is the less popular, even though PNPM came out at the same time as Yarn. But of course Facebook had a lot of marketing power to make Yarn very popular at the start. However, even though PNPM is less popular for now, it had a big spike in popularity last year. So in 2021, PNPM was downloaded 3 times more than in 2020. And we have a lot of big tech companies that already use PNPM. So even Microsoft uses PNPM in some of its projects, and the TikTok front-end team uses PNPM. So PNPM works really well and is production ready for sure. Now let's see what makes PNPM unique. So when you install a dependency with npm or yarn classic, all the sub-dependencies are hoisted to the root of Node modules. As you may see in this example, even though only Express is in the dependencies, all those other packages are also hoisted to the root of Node modules. On the contrary, PNPM is only put in Express to the root of Node modules. So even though cookie is not a dependency of your project, importing it will work. This is dangerous. This is a dangerous situation. Your package will work locally fine, and it will even work when you install it as a dependency. But what will happen if a new version of Express comes out and cookie is not in its dependencies anymore? Your package will break. PNPM prevents such mistakes. With PNPM, your code has only access to packages that are declared as dependencies of your project. But how is PNPM able to create such an isolated node module structure? In this example, you see Express is a direct dependency, and cookie is a dependency of Express. As you can see, only Express is placed to the root of the project's node modules folder, and cookie, and actually that Express inside node modules, it is a symlink. It is just a symlink to a folder inside the .pnpm folder. This works because when searching for dependencies, the Node.js resolution algorithm is using the real location of the package as a starting point for searching its dependencies. The real location of Express is inside the .pnpm folder. So Node.js will search for a cookie in the dedicated node modules folder, which is at .pnpm express at 4.17.3 /node modules. And of course, you can see that cookie inside the node modules of Express is also just a symlink to a folder with the real location of cookie. Let me show you a quick demo. So I have an empty project. I run pnpm add express. Installation is completed. Let's see what we got here. Okay, so ignore this. This is something we hoist by default to fix some issues with types, but you can see that Express is only hoisted, and it is a symlink. The real location of Express is here. And here are, in this folder, also all the other direct dependencies of Express. So you can see here cookie, but cookie is actually a symlink to a dedicated folder, isolated folder for the cookie dependency here. So actually cookie is here, and this is a symlink to cookie. Like also this is also a symlink to this folder of the accept package. So this is the real location of accepts, and these are the dependencies of accepts. So you can accepts. So you can see that each package is in its own isolated folder with its own dependencies. Let's return to the slides. PNPM has also very good Mono-repo support, thanks to its superior node module structure. The hoisted node modules directory structure is even worse in a Mono-repo, because in a Mono-repo, when a hoisted node modules layout is used, all dependencies of all projects are hoisted to the root of the Mono-repo. Hence, projects have access even to dependencies of other projects. So in this example, there is a Mono-repo with two projects, foo and bar. Foo has one dependency, depo foo, as you can see in its package.json file, and bar has also one dependency, depo bar. Both, if a hoisted node module is used, both dependencies are hoisted to the root of the Mono-repo. So foo has access to the dependency of bar, and bar has access to the dependency of foo. If you accidentally require the dep of bar in foo, this code will work locally. However, foo will break when installed as a dependency outside of the Mono-repo. So this is even worse than in a single project scenario, because in a single project scenario it might break in the future, but in this case it will break after the first release of the package. With PNPM's isolated node module structure, projects have access only to their own dependencies. In a Mono-repo, PNPM creates a single .pnpm folder in the root of the Mono-repo, and projects of the workspace link only their direct dependencies. So both foo and bar have access only to their own dependencies. You might ask yourself, why is NPM not using the same approach? Well, actually it will, because they work on a setting to support a PNPM styled node modules directory. But the reason they don't use it as a default is because some tools don't support symlinks yet, like for instance React Native, and many packages in the ecosystem are basically broken because of this hoisted node modules architecture, and they rely on undeclared dependencies. But PNPM actually has a solution for these cases, because PNPM is actually able to also create a classic node modules without using symlinks, and with classic hoisting, just set the node linker setting to hoisted, and you have a workaround. PNPM also solves the disk space usage issue. If you have many Node.js projects on your computer, you may have noticed that node modules consumes a lot of your disk space. PNPM solves this issue by using a content addressable storage. A content addressable storage is basically a storage that saves files under a hash code, which is calculated from the content of the file. So you can see in this example there is actually a code file in different versions of the same package, but even though they are different versions, the code file is the same. It has no changes. In this case, this file will have the same hash in every package, so a single file will be created for it in the store. So even though you have three packages, you save this file only once in one place on the disk. Every file in node modules is just a hard link to the content addressable storage. Actually, on systems that support it, not hard links are used, but copy on write files. So probably on Macs and some newer Linux file systems. These files don't consume additional disk space. They are just references to files in the store. It means that if two projects on your computer have the same file in node modules, in both projects that file will be linked from the same place on the disk. You won't have two copies of the same package. You will just have hard links to the global content addressable store. As a result, dependencies in new projects consume a lot less disk space than with NPM or Yarn. Now let's talk about... Oh, I have one slide mixed, no problem. So why other package managers don't support the content addressable store? Actually, Yarn has added support for a content addressable store as well, but for now it is an opt-in feature. I think in the next version, V4, they plan to make it on by default. Now let's talk about why PNPM is so fast. In most cases, PNPM is faster than NPM and Yarn, but why is it so? NPM and Yarn install dependencies in stages. At the first stage, all the packages are resolved. Then all the packages are fetched from the registry. And when all packages are fetched, the dependencies are written to node modules. On the other hand, PNPM runs the installation stages separately for each dependency. So while some packages are still being resolved, others are already being fetched. And later on, some packages are written to node modules, while some others are still being fetched. This makes PNPM incredibly faster than other package managers. So you might ask why other package managers don't do the same. Actually, some of these speed optimizations are possible only thanks to the unique deterministic node module structure created by PNPM inside the .pnpm folder. Some of these speed optimizations are possible thanks to the usage of the content addressable store. And some of the optimizations make the code of the package managers hard to understand, so it's a trade-off. If you choose to make these optimizations, it will be harder to contribute to your package manager. And the last feature I guess I want to talk about is that PNPM is bundled to an executable. So you may use it on your system even if it doesn't have Node.js pre-installed. And then you may use PNPM to install Node.js and switch between different versions of Node.js. So basically, you can use PNPM instead of NVM, NVS, or Volta. So which package manager should you use? It depends. You should know about every package manager. You should know about the features of PNPM, Yarn, and NPM. All of these three package managers are mature, are used by big tech companies, have many contributors, and are reliable. So you really need to learn what features they provide, and on each project probably you should pick the one that best fits your needs. Thanks for attending my presentation. Of course, visit the PNPM website to get more information and follow the PNPM.js Twitter account and follow me on Twitter as well. Thank you.
That was a pretty impressive talk. I would like to invite Zoltan on stage so we can discuss on the poll questions and your question and answers now. Hey, Zoltan.
Hi.
So that was pretty interesting. Loved all the details that you shared. So thank you for that. So you asked the question, how are files from the content addressable store linked to node modules? And the results are in. So 63% people say using symlinks, while 38% say hard links. So what do you say?
Yeah, it's something that many people by mistake think that we use symlinks, only symlinks, but in reality we use both symlinks and hard links in PNPM, and specifically for this purpose, for linking files from the content addressable store, we use hard links. It's important. We can use hard links, or we can copy files, or we can use copy on write files, but we cannot use symlinks for this purpose because it would break Node.js resolution algorithm.
Cool. So 38% of you all got it right. It's hard links. So just to expand a bit on it, like maybe if you would like to give a short difference between symlinks and hard links for the audience.
Yeah, so a symlink is basically just a reference to another place on the disk. So basically, if a node module is symlinked, Node.js resolves this location to the real, the file location to the real location of the file. So when it is searching for
walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTel has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Talk and also for answering these nice questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
So, and this was the last talk for the day. And before moving ahead, we would like to thank our sponsor, Focus Reactive. Focus Reactive is a London and remote-based consultancy specializing in enterprise Jamstack websites, headless CMS adoption, as well as generic React or Node.js software engineering. Thank you for sponsoring.
Thank you all for watching us and participating in the conference, in the Q&A and the discussion rooms. I have learned a lot again today and looking forward to seeing all the great content that we have lined up for you tomorrow. But it's not time to disconnect just yet, because we have the after party coming up. And of course, we still have the Git Nation multipass to raffle out. So to do that, we have gathered some photos from Twitter that have been using the DevOps.js hashtag. So let's have a look at some of these great photos. First one is from Hansa. And he's not quite ready for it. Well, it seems you made it anyway, Hansa, so thanks for joining us. This looks like a way over the top, super cool setup from
Florian.
Florian. Well,
Yeah.
super nice to have you, Florian. Ooh, a big dark, nice big mug of coffee. So
yeah,
all ready for.
Is it really early or is it really late over there?
We'll never know, but
never
coffee
know.
it's never too late or too early for coffee. So.
Keeping energy high with it.
Oh,
Like,
Thomas
folks get
taking a
comfortable.
nice chill. Yeah, that's
getting
actually a good
comfortable.
idea. I might get my legs up too.
We like it when folks get comfortable.
Yeah. Better not do that in a real life conference, but since you're at home, yeah.
It's funny because I have one of my coworkers from DevOps Days, he wears socks on stage and we love it.
I always wear socks on stage, but with shoes on.
With shoes on. Saw that one. Cool. Show yourself next time, Jessica. We'd love to see you as well.
I think Jessica stole your mic, right?
Yeah, we have the same mic. That's true. Jessica and I have the same mic.
Sachi, a long friend of our conference, because I've seen her at a lot of our conferences. Super happy that you're back.
And look
with
at all
us,
those
Sachi.
plushies. I want to squeeze them.
That's a nice working environment. So that's it for the photos. So we are going to go to the Wheel of Fortune now. So let's spin that wheel. Let's go. Oh, and the first winner is Mbaki was the name, right? So congratulations on your great prize. We are going to be seeing you at a lot of the other Git Nation conferences. Someone of the Git Nation team will be contacting you, so keep an eye on your DMs. Next up is round number 2 out of 2. So this is your last chance for the rest to win the Git Nation to pass. Let's go.
Number 2, come on. Yeah.
It's gonna be.
Whoa, with the cool setup.
It was Florian. So Florian, also to you, congratulations, and keep an eye on your DMs so you can get that Git Nation multi-pass. And we'll see you at our next event too, hopefully. Yeah, that was it for the raffle. Congratulations, both of you, on your prizes.
Awesome. And so also make sure that you provide your feedback, because your feedback is really important to us. Go to DevOps.jsconf.com/feedback and let us know, how did you like the conference?
And of course, once again, we can't say it enough. We can't say thank you enough. We want to thank all of the sponsors. So again, Okta, TopTal, Sentry, StackHawk, Vultr, Sonar, Microsoft, JFrog, Hackajob, Stream, Cloudsmith, and Farut. We appreciate your support of our community immensely.
Yeah, and of course, Git Nation for organizing this great event. And I want to thank our streaming partner, iStream, for, well, if you've had a nice video experience, it's iStream's responsibility. So Piotr, if you want to show yourself and wave at the audience. Oh, I just heard that our video partner is not able to show himself, but he has an amazing bat cave. So maybe we can find some photos on Twitter later on. And now it is time for the crème de la crème, the moment you've been waiting for, the reason why we're all here.
DevOps.js knows how to party.
Yeah, the party with Anuradha and Sharon, that's how we go. So yeah, it's time. So what are we going to do, Sharon?
So you can join everyone in the spatial chat, and we've already described how it works. So get closer, talk to them like in real life, move away, and you know, the volume will go down, and figure and find out what's like going on. You know, see what's happening. This is the page where we've been watching this live stream all day, and in this moment, we're going to turn it into a party room. So let's get ready to party, everyone.
I'm going to get ready for the party. Oh, now my glasses broke, but hey, I'm going to wear them like this. These are very cool.
Party mode on.
Oh,
full
yeah.
on.
All right. And we'll have, of course, the Pictionary room. So on the background, you will see a link to join the party, or you can scan the QR code to join. And we'll start the game. Everyone, one by one, will get a word to draw, and the other people have to guess what it is. So it will be a lot of fun.
Sure, it's lots of fun. And we also have QuackJS tournament. So if you are a QuackJS fan, go ahead, join this room, and you can click on the background of the room and join this game. Go ahead, do some shooting.
But be nice. All right. And for those that don't enjoy the, are not able to join the after party, we will see you tomorrow. Thanks for being with us, and have a nice day.
See you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Super fun. Have fun tomorrow.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
if I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
if I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
if I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
What can you do with 60 seconds? At Vultr, you can deploy a cloud server. Or you can cook whatever this is. Kind of. Deploy anything in seconds with Vultr today.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Motherfucker! Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.